Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
What if I told you that everything you thought about self-growth is wrong? You've been following advice, setting goals, and chasing success, but it's not working. Here's why. Most of us spend years trying to build confidence, avoid failure, and search for signs before taking action. But what if the real answers are hidden in unexpected places? I've uncovered 50 life-changing insights that have nothing to do with the usual self-help tricks. These aren't just tips, they're hard-learned truths that turn everything we know on its head. In this video, I'll reveal insights that change my life and could change yours too. We'll go beyond the basics. No, just stay positive advice here. These are deep, sometimes uncomfortable truths that can shift your perspective on confidence, relationships, resilience, and so much more. Stay with me, and I'll show you exactly how each one can transform the way you approach life. 1. Confidence comes from keeping commitments. I've learned that confidence is less about what I look like or how others see me, and more about whether I can trust myself. Each time I make a promise to myself, even something small like I'll get up at 6 a.m., I have a choice to follow through or to let it slide. When I follow through, even on these tiny promises, I feel stronger, more capable. It's as if my confidence builds layer by layer, growing out of every commitment I keep. I've realized that self-trust isn't something that just appears. It's something I have to earn daily. There have been times when I've let myself down, and it's remarkable how quickly confidence fades. Maybe I told myself I'd hit the gym 3 times this week, but by Friday, I made excuses. Each broken promise left a little dent in my self-respect. These experiences taught me that the commitments I make to myself are more valuable than anything external. I could win compliments, success, and recognition, but if I'm not honoring my own word, none of that really builds true confidence. Confidence, I've come to see, isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about being reliable to myself. So I started small, setting realistic goals I knew I could meet, and building from there. Now I find myself setting bigger, more exciting goals, knowing that I have the strength to see them through. Each commitment kept is a quiet victory, a reminder that I can trust myself no matter what life throws my way. 2. Seek problems. Don't avoid them. I used to be a champion problem avoider. If there was a way to sidestep a challenge or a tricky situation, I'd find it. At first, this approach felt like it kept my life running smoothly. No big disruptions, no uncomfortable confrontations. But gradually, I noticed something unsettling. Without challenges, I wasn't growing. I was staying within the boundaries of what I already knew and could handle. The problem with that was, I'd reached a plateau. I wasn't stretching myself, and that lack of growth started to feel like stagnation. One day, I decided to face a small problem head-on, a work project that had intimidated me for months. Instead of dodging the responsibility, I dove in, learning as I went, even when it felt messy. I made mistakes, but I kept pushing forward. When I finally completed the project, I felt a surge of pride. It wasn't perfect, but I'd done it, and I could feel that my confidence had grown just by confronting the challenge. That experience shifted my entire perspective on problems. Since then, I've tried to see problems not as roadblocks, but as invitations to grow. Now, when I encounter a challenge, I remind myself that overcoming it will make me stronger and wiser. It's not always easy, and sometimes I still feel tempted to run. But I know that if I avoid the problem, I'll be missing out on growth. Every problem has something valuable to teach me, and facing them head-on has made me more resilient, adaptable, and open to change. I'm realizing that growth rarely happens in my comfort zone, and while that can be uncomfortable, it's also exhilarating. Seeking out problems to solve has become my way of embracing life's opportunities for growth. 3. Dedicate a decade, not a day. I used to be obsessed with instant results. Whether it was fitness, career goals, or even learning new skills, I'd go all in for a few days or weeks, expecting to see drastic changes. When things didn't shift as quickly as I'd hoped, I'd get frustrated and quit. It felt like I was putting in so much effort with nothing to show for it, and that mentality kept me on a cycle of short bursts and burnouts. But one day, I came across the idea of dedicating a decade to my goals rather than just a day or a week. At first, it seemed excessive. Why would I need to think that far ahead? But when I tried this approach, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Suddenly, I wasn't in a hurry. I had time to make mistakes, adjust, and keep moving forward without the pressure to succeed immediately. I started small, focusing on daily habits rather than immediate results. I knew I didn't need to make drastic changes overnight. Embracing this long-term view changed everything. Instead of getting disheartened by small setbacks, I began to see them as part of the process. I learned that true transformation requires patience, and progress isn't always visible day by day. When I look back over the months and years, though, I can see how far I've come. Now I remind myself to be patient and consistent, trusting that every small effort compounds over time. This shift in mindset has allowed me to pursue my goals without the constant feeling of urgency. Dedicating myself for the long haul has taught me that time, persistence, and consistency can create powerful results, far beyond what any quick fix could ever accomplish. 4. Don't dim your light. For a long time, I tried to keep parts of myself hidden. I was cautious about celebrating my achievements or expressing my dreams around others, fearing that I'd make them uncomfortable or come across as arrogant. So, I learned to downplay my strengths and stay quiet about my goals, thinking it was better to blend in. I convinced myself that keeping a low profile was a way of staying humble, but over time, I started feeling unfulfilled and invisible in my own life. One day, I realized that by dimming my light, I was betraying myself. I wasn't being honest with who I was or who I wanted to become. I was shrinking myself to fit into spaces where I wasn't celebrated or encouraged. This self-censorship wasn't protecting anyone's feelings. It was only holding me back from my potential and preventing others from seeing the real me. I finally asked myself, what's wrong with shining my light? I want to be proud of my growth and my dreams without feeling guilty. Since then, I've decided to embrace my light fully. I share my aspirations and my successes openly, knowing that those who truly care about me will support me. I've also noticed that when I'm unapologetically myself, I attract people who resonate with my energy and who inspire me to grow even further. My light, I've come to realize, isn't meant to dim. It's meant to shine as a reminder to myself, and maybe even to others, that it's okay to take up space in the world. Choosing to live fully and shine has been liberating. I no longer hide parts of myself for anyone's comfort. I embrace who I am, knowing that those meant to be in my life will stay, and those who aren't can look elsewhere. My light is my gift to the world, and I'm no longer afraid to let it shine. 5. Only ask advice from people who've been there. I used to ask advice from just about anyone willing to listen. Friends, family, even acquaintances who seemed to have it together. I thought more opinions would mean better guidance, but I quickly realized that too many conflicting perspectives left me feeling overwhelmed and unsure of which direction to take. Even worse, I sometimes got advice from people who hadn't achieved the goals I was aiming for, and that often led me down paths that didn't align with my true intentions. After some reflection, I realized that seeking advice is like choosing a map for a journey. I need to pick one that's already been traveled by someone who's reached the destination I want to go to. If I'm looking to build a business, I should ask advice from successful entrepreneurs, not people who've never taken that risk. The same goes for other areas of life: health, relationships, personal growth. Only those who have walked the path can truly understand its nuances and offer insights based on real experience. Now, I'm more selective with whose advice I seek. I focus on finding mentors or people who've achieved what I aspire to achieve. I've also learned that it's okay to ignore well-meaning advice from people who don't fully understand my goals. This approach has not only saved me time, but has also given me more confidence in my choices. When I ask advice now, I feel assured that I'm getting insights from someone who understands my journey and can guide me effectively. I trust my path more and feel grounded in my decisions, knowing I'm following guidance that's aligned with my goals. 6. Keep a journal. I used to think journaling was just for recording the big events or accomplishments in life. I never thought about using it as a tool for self-reflection or emotional processing. But one day, feeling overwhelmed and unable to make sense of my thoughts, I decided to give journaling a try. I opened a notebook and just started writing everything that was on my mind. No filter, no judgment. By the time I finished, I felt lighter, as if I had cleared space in my mind. That experience showed me that journaling could be more than just a record of life. It could be a powerful tool for self-understanding. Since then, I've made journaling a regular part of my routine. I use it to set goals, reflect on my experiences, and process emotions that I don't always feel comfortable sharing with others. It's a private space where I can be completely honest with myself. I write about my fears, my dreams, and my progress, no matter how small. Some days my entries are long and detailed. Other days, they're just a few lines. But each entry helps me track my growth, see patterns in my thinking, and clarify what I truly want in life. Journaling has taught me the value of self-reflection. I can look back on past entries and see how far I've come, recognize the challenges I've overcome, and notice areas where I still want to grow. It's a grounding practice that reminds me of my journey and keeps me connected to my goals. Now my journal is a trusted companion, a safe space that encourages me to be honest, intentional, and constantly evolving. 7. Normalize leaving people in their reality. There was a time when I would get so frustrated with people who didn't see things the way I did. Whether it was a friend making questionable choices or a family member stuck in a negative cycle, I felt compelled to help them see things my way. I'd give advice, try to fix things and feel frustrated when they didn't change. But over time, I realized something important. I was spending too much energy trying to change others instead of focusing on my own growth. Now, I understand that everyone has their own reality, shaped by experiences, beliefs, and choices. I've learned to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. Instead of feeling responsible for others' choices, I'm learning to let people be exactly who they are, where they are. This shift has been freeing. It doesn't mean I don't care about them, but it does mean I can set boundaries and focus on my own path. Letting go of the urge to change people has allowed me to experience more peace in my relationships. I can support loved ones without feeling burdened by their decisions, and I can focus on my own growth without getting distracted by others' lives. This doesn't mean I don't offer advice when asked, but I no longer try to force change. By normalizing the idea that people are on their own journeys, I've learned to respect both their process and my own. This acceptance has brought me a sense of freedom and clarity that I didn't know I needed. 8. Take on as much responsibility as you can. Responsibility used to feel like a burden. I thought that the more I took on, the more stressful life would become. But as I started accepting new challenges, I realized something interesting. Responsibility actually made me stronger. Each time I took on something new, whether it was a project at work or a commitment in my personal life, I felt a little more capable. I began to understand that responsibility isn't about adding weight. It's about building capacity. Taking on responsibility has been one of the most effective ways for me to grow. I've learned new skills, discovered strengths I didn't know I had, and developed a resilience that serves me in every area of my life. It's not always easy, and sometimes it does feel overwhelming, but each challenge is an opportunity to expand my limits. I used to think of responsibility as something I had to carry alone, but I've learned that asking for help and delegating when possible is part of handling responsibility wisely. Now, I embrace responsibility as a tool for growth. I don't take on everything that comes my way, but I look for opportunities where I can make a meaningful impact. Each commitment I accept is a chance to strengthen my skills, build my character, and make a difference in the lives of others. The more I lean into responsibility, the more confident I feel in my ability to handle whatever comes next. Responsibility, I've come to realize, is a privilege and an avenue to grow into my best self. 9. Life is a mirror, not a window. For the longest time, I viewed life as a window, something I looked out of to see other people's actions, behaviors, and flaws. I'd catch myself judging others, wondering why they acted in certain ways, or getting frustrated with situations that didn't go my way. But eventually, I realized that life is more like a mirror than a window. The things I notice in others often reflect my own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues. This realization wasn't easy to accept. It felt uncomfortable to think that the frustration I felt toward others might actually be a sign of something within myself. But as I started looking inward, I began to see the truth in it. If I felt irritated by someone's behavior, I asked myself, is this something I struggle with too? More often than not, the answer was yes. This self-reflection has helped me approach situations with more empathy and less judgment. Viewing life as a mirror has been transformative. Instead of blaming others or external situations, I try to focus on what I can learn about myself from each experience. If I'm struggling with someone's behavior, I ask myself what this interaction is teaching me about my own growth. This shift has made me more compassionate and more accountable. Life constantly reflects my inner state, and by paying attention to these reflections, I can work on becoming the person I want to be. It's a challenging but rewarding practice that keeps me focused on self-improvement. 10. Surround yourself with supportive people. I used to think that I could achieve everything on my own, regardless of who was around me. But as I started setting bigger goals, I realized how much my environment mattered. I noticed that the people I spent the most time with had a significant impact on my motivation, mindset, and even my self-belief. Some friends encouraged me and celebrated my wins, while others made subtle comments that left me doubting myself. That's when I knew I had to be more intentional about who I let into my circle. I began seeking out people who uplifted me, those who had their own goals, who believed in growth, and who genuinely wanted to see me succeed. This didn't mean I cut everyone out of my life, but I did start spending more time with those who inspired me. It made a noticeable difference. With supportive friends around, I felt more motivated and more confident in my goals. I realized that when you're surrounded by the right people, their positivity and ambition rub off on you. Having a supportive circle isn't just about encouragement, it's also about accountability. My friends challenge me when I'm slacking and remind me of my potential when I doubt myself. I've learned that a strong support system is a powerful resource. They are the ones who remind me of my worth and push me to keep going, even when things get tough. Now, I prioritize relationships that energize me and let go of those that drain me. Surrounding myself with supportive people has been one of the best decisions for my personal and professional growth. 11. Put your own mask on first. For a long time, I thought taking care of myself was selfish. I'd put everyone else's needs before my own, thinking it was the right thing to do. But over time, I found myself running on empty, mentally and physically drained. I was trying to be everything for everyone else, but I wasn't showing up for myself. Then one day I heard the phrase, "Put your own mask on first," like in an airplane emergency, and it clicked. How can I truly be there for others if I'm not taking care of myself? Learning to prioritize my own needs was a shift. I started small, taking breaks when I felt overwhelmed, setting aside time each day just for me, and learning to say no without feeling guilty. At first, it felt strange, even uncomfortable, to put myself first. But soon I noticed a difference. I was more energized, more present, and less resentful because I wasn't constantly running on empty. Taking care of myself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Now I make self-care a priority, understanding that it's not just about relaxation, but about recharging my energy so I can genuinely be there for others. I've learned that giving from a place of wholeness is far more impactful than giving from a place of depletion. Putting my own mask on first has allowed me to show up as the best version of myself for the people I care about. I can support others with genuine compassion because I've taken care of my own well-being first. 12. Never too late to change. There were times I felt stuck in life, convinced it was too late to make a big change. Whether it was career goals, personal habits, or learning something new, I had this limiting belief that the opportunity had passed. But then, I started noticing stories of people who transformed their lives at all ages. Some started businesses in their 40s, others went back to school in their 60s. I began to realize that change doesn't come with an expiration date. When I finally embraced this mindset, I felt a newfound freedom. I stopped holding myself back with the excuse of, "It's too late." Instead, I started asking, "What's stopping me?" I took my first steps toward the changes I wanted, and it was empowering. At first, progress was slow and self-doubt crept in, but I reminded myself that every day is a chance to start anew. Each small step built on the last, and eventually I looked back and realized I'd made real progress. Now, whenever I feel too late to pursue a dream or change a habit, I remind myself that life is always moving forward, and it's never too late to jump on board. I've learned to embrace the journey at my own pace, knowing that change can happen at any stage. The best time to start is now, and I'm no longer waiting for the perfect time or feeling constrained by my past decisions. I have the power to change at any moment, and that realization is both liberating and empowering. 13. Treat your body like gold. For years I took my health for granted. I thought I could eat whatever I wanted, stay up late and skip exercise, assuming my body would just keep up. But eventually I began feeling the effects: low energy, frequent fatigue, and just an overall sense of sluggishness. It dawned on me that I was neglecting the one thing that enables me to live my life fully: my body. I realized that treating my body with care wasn't just about looking good. It was about feeling good and having the energy to pursue my dreams. I started paying attention to what I put in my body, making small changes like drinking more water, eating more whole foods, and prioritizing sleep. At first, it felt like an effort, but the positive effects were undeniable. My energy improved, my mood lifted, and I felt more present in my daily life. I began to see my body as a valuable asset that needed nurturing, not as something that could be neglected and taken for granted. Now, I treat my body like gold. I prioritize movement, make conscious food choices, and value rest just as much as productivity. This shift has been transformative. I have the energy and clarity to take on new challenges, and I feel more aligned with my goals because I'm taking care of the vessel that carries me through life. Treating my body with respect has reminded me that health isn't a chore. It's an investment in the quality of my life. And there's nothing more empowering than feeling strong, capable, and ready for whatever life brings. 14. Start investing early. For the longest time, I thought investing was something you did when you were older or had a lot of money. I'd put it off, thinking I'd get to it one day. But the more I learned about finances, the more I realized that time is one of the biggest advantages in investing. Starting early, even with a small amount, allows my money to grow exponentially over the years. That was a powerful realization. When I finally started investing, I didn't have a lot to contribute, but I took the leap. I set up a small automatic contribution to a fund, and though it felt like a minor step, I was amazed at how quickly it added up. Month after month, I could see the progress, and it gave me a sense of security and control over my financial future. The earlier I started, the more time my investments had to grow, and that's a huge advantage I'm grateful to have. Now, I'm passionate about financial literacy, and I encourage others to start investing as soon as possible, even if it's just a small amount. Watching my savings grow over time has taught me that investing isn't about having a huge sum. It's about being consistent and patient. I feel more empowered knowing that I'm preparing for my future, and that each small investment today will bring me greater freedom and security down the road. Starting early was one of the best decisions I've made. and I'm glad I didn't wait for the perfect time to begin. 15. Assume positive intent. I used to get defensive quickly. If someone said something that felt critical or came across the wrong way, I'd immediately assume they were being negative or trying to undermine me. It caused tension in my relationships and often left me feeling anxious or upset over things that might have been unintentional. But one day I read about assuming positive intent, the idea of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to give it a try. The next time a friend made a comment that felt off, I paused and told myself, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Instead of reacting, I asked for clarification. To my surprise, the conversation went smoothly, and I realized I'd misinterpreted their words. That moment taught me that assuming positive intent can change the entire tone of an interaction. It allows me to stay calm and focus on understanding rather than reacting. Now, whenever I feel triggered by someone's words or actions, I remind myself to assume they have good intentions. This shift has improved my relationships and reduced my stress. I've found that most people aren't out to harm or criticize. They're just expressing themselves, and sometimes things get lost in communication. By assuming positive intent, I can approach situations with empathy and curiosity rather than defensiveness. It's made me a better listener and helped me build stronger connections. Plus, it's a lot more peaceful to give people the benefit of the doubt and focus on understanding instead of assuming the worst. 16. Don't blame others. I used to spend a lot of time pointing fingers. When things went wrong, it was easy to blame others or circumstances for my frustrations and setbacks. If something didn't work out, I'd think, well, if they hadn't done this, or if only the situation had been different. This mindset kept me stuck in a loop of resentment and powerlessness, because as long as I was blaming others, I wasn't taking responsibility for my role in my own life. One day I came across the idea that taking responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, is the only way to reclaim control. I decided to try it. The next time something went wrong, instead of blaming someone else, I asked myself, what could I have done differently? It wasn't easy to look inward, but it made me feel surprisingly empowered. I realized that by focusing on what I could control, my actions, my reactions, my choices, I could actively improve my life instead of waiting for others to change. Now, I make a conscious effort to own my part in every situation, good or bad. I've learned that taking responsibility isn't about blaming myself. It's about learning and growing. When I stop pointing fingers, I free up energy that I can use to solve the problem, move forward, and make better choices next time. This mindset shift has given me a new sense of freedom and control over my life. I feel more capable and less like a victim of circumstance, knowing that I have the power to create change through my own actions. 17. Your new life will cost you your old one. This realization hit me hard. For a long time, I wanted to change my life, but wasn't willing to let go of my old habits and routines. I wanted the results without the sacrifices. I'd cling to my comfort zone, expecting transformation to happen without having to give anything up. But one day, I had to face the truth. If I wanted a new life, I had to be willing to let go of the old one. The habits, the mindsets, and even some relationships that no longer aligned with my vision had to go. Letting go was hard. I had to stop spending time with people who weren't on the same path and stop wasting time on distractions that didn't support my goals. It felt lonely and uncomfortable at first, but I knew I had to make room for the new life I wanted. I focused on creating new habits, surrounding myself with people who inspired me, and setting boundaries that protected my energy. Slowly, I began to see the results. My old life was fading, and I was stepping into a new, more fulfilling one. Now, I embrace the idea that growth requires letting go. It's no longer something I fear, but something I see as necessary. When I feel resistance to change, I remind myself that my new life won't fit if I'm still holding on to my old ways. I've learned to trust the process of releasing what no longer serves me. The more I let go, the more space I create for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. My new life is worth the sacrifices, and I'm willing to keep evolving to reach my fullest potential. 18. Take risks on real-life experiences, not your phone. I used to spend hours scrolling through social media, watching other people's lives unfold. It was like I was living through a screen, missing out on real experiences because I was too busy watching others have them. The endless scrolling left me feeling empty and envious, wondering why my life didn't look as exciting as the images on my feed. But then I realized I was giving all my time and energy to my phone instead of my own life. So I decided to take a risk. I started putting my phone down and looking for real-world experiences. I signed up for classes, explored new places, and tried things I'd been curious about for ages. The first few times, I felt awkward, even anxious. But with each new experience, I felt more alive. I was creating memories, not just watching someone else's highlight reel. The more I invested in real life, the less I felt the need to check my phone constantly. I realized that true fulfillment comes from being present in my own life, not from comparing myself to others online. Now, I prioritize experiences that nourish me and connect me to the world around me. I still use my phone, but it's no longer my main source of entertainment or validation. I've found that life outside the screen is richer and more rewarding than anything I could scroll through. Taking risks in real life has helped me grow, connect, and discover new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning to value my own life over the digital distractions and focus on living a story worth telling. 19. Respect comes from admiration, not fear. There was a time when I thought that to be respected, I needed to be firm, unyielding, and at times intimidating. I believed that people respected those who showed authority, and I tried to act in ways that projected strength. But this approach often left me feeling isolated and disconnected from others. People may have complied, but it didn't feel like genuine respect. It felt like they were afraid of disappointing me or facing my disapproval. It took time, but I eventually learned that true respect comes from admiration, not fear. The people I respected most weren't those who intimidated me. They were those who inspired me. They led by example, showed kindness, and treated others with empathy. They didn't demand respect. They earned it by being people of integrity, character, and humility. This realization shifted how I approached my own relationships. I started focusing on building respect through trust and kindness rather than authority. Now, I try to lead with empathy and understanding. I aim to inspire others by being authentic, dependable, and compassionate, rather than trying to command respect through authority. The connections I build are stronger and more genuine. People respond to me not out of fear, but because they see me as someone they can trust and admire. Respect rooted in admiration has a powerful, lasting effect, and it creates bonds that are much deeper and more meaningful than any form of intimidation ever could. 20. Tell people about themselves. I used to assume that people already knew their strengths, and I rarely gave compliments or pointed out their positive qualities. But one day, a friend told me how much they appreciated a small compliment I'd given them months earlier. It was something I barely remembered saying, yet it had made a lasting impact on them. That's when I realized how powerful it is to remind people of their strengths and qualities. Often, they don't see themselves the way others do, and a few kind words can lift them up in ways we may never understand. Since then, I've made it a point to tell people what I admire about them. I'll acknowledge a friend's resilience, a colleague's creativity, or a family member's kindness. I don't wait for a special occasion or assume they already know. It's amazing to see how people light up when they're reminded of their unique qualities. Sometimes I even notice that it encourages them to lean into those strengths even more. This practice has not only deepened my relationships, but has also made me more appreciative and observant. I find myself looking for the good in others, and it feels good to uplift them. Now, I understand that telling people about themselves isn't just a nice gesture. It's a gift that can change their day, their perspective, or even their lives. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued, and I'm grateful to be able to offer that reminder whenever I can. It's a simple habit that brings a lot of positivity and connection into my life and the lives of others. Avoid gossip and drama. For a long time I found myself drawn into gossip and drama without even realizing it. Whether it was at work, with friends, or even online, I'd get pulled into conversations about other people's lives, judging or speculating about their choices. It felt harmless at first, even entertaining, but over time I noticed it had a negative effect on my mood and mindset. I was spending energy on things that didn't matter and had no impact on my own life. I started feeling drained and more focused on negativity than positivity. One day, I decided to step back and take a break from these kinds of conversations. At first, it felt like I was missing out, but soon I noticed a shift. My mind felt clearer, and I had more energy to focus on things that genuinely mattered to me. My goals, my relationships, my personal growth. I realized that when I avoided gossip and drama, I felt lighter and more at peace with myself. I no longer carried the weight of judging others, and I was free from the negativity that gossip breeds. Now, I consciously choose conversations that are positive, meaningful, and aligned with my values. I focus on creation, on building something worthwhile in my life, rather than tearing others down. This shift has not only improved my mindset, but has also attracted more like-minded people into my life. I feel happier, more grounded, and more focused on what truly matters. Avoiding gossip and drama has allowed me to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose, and I'm grateful for the clarity and positivity it brings. 22. Improving yourself. Daily is the best addiction. For a while I chased different distractions to escape boredom, social media, television, even shopping. It filled the time but left me feeling empty afterward. Then I decided to try something different, making self-improvement my daily focus. At first it was simple things like reading a few pages of a book, practicing mindfulness, or working out. But as I kept at it, I started to crave this feeling of growth. It became a positive addiction, one where every day I aimed to be just a little better than I was yesterday. This focus on self-improvement transformed my perspective on life. I started setting goals, tracking my progress, and celebrating my wins, no matter how small. I saw how these tiny daily improvements built up over time, creating real, noticeable change in my life. I became more confident, more capable, and more resilient. I stopped looking for quick fixes or external validation because I was already fulfilled by the progress I was making internally. Now, self-improvement is a core part of my life. Each day, I look forward to learning something new, practicing a skill, or working on a personal goal. This daily dedication to growth brings purpose to my routines and adds depth to my life. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming, and I'm excited to see where this journey of self-improvement will lead. Choosing to improve myself every day has been one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I can't imagine going back to a life without it. 23. Learn to say no. For years, I struggled with saying no. I'd say yes to everything. Favors, invitations, projects, because I didn't want to disappoint anyone. I thought being helpful and accommodating was a good thing, but I soon realized it was costing me my time, energy, and, often, my peace of mind. I'd end up overwhelmed with little time left for myself or my priorities. I was stretching myself thin to please everyone else, and it was exhausting. One day, I decided to set boundaries and start saying no to things that didn't align with my goals or well-being. At first, it was difficult. I felt guilty and worried about how others would react. But gradually, I realized that every no was actually a yes to something more meaningful. My own time, my own peace, my own priorities. Saying no didn't make me selfish. It made me intentional about where I directed my energy. Now I see the power of saying no. I'm more focused, more in control, and much less stressed. I've learned that setting boundaries isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring myself. When I say no to distractions, I'm able to give my best to the things that truly matter. It's a liberating feeling, and it has allowed me to live a more balanced, fulfilling life. I've come to understand that no is a complete sentence, and I'm grateful for the freedom it brings. 24. Be cautious with debt. In my early years, I didn't think twice about debt. It seemed like everyone had it, and it felt like an easy way to get what I wanted without having to wait. I'd use credit for things I didn't necessarily need, thinking I could pay it off later. But as the debt piled up, I began to feel the weight of it. The interest accumulated, the payments grew, and I realized that what once felt like freedom was now a burden that limited my choices. I decided to educate myself on finances and realized that not all debt is equal. There's good debt that can be an investment in my future, like a mortgage or student loan. And there's bad debt, like consumer debt, on things that don't appreciate in value. This knowledge changed the way I approached spending and borrowing. I made a plan to pay off my consumer debt, focusing on living within my means and saving for things I truly needed or wanted. Now, I approach debt with caution and intention. I no longer use credit as an extension of my income, but as a tool for building a stable future. I've learned the importance of living below my means and saving for what matters. This shift has given me more financial freedom and peace of mind. I feel more in control of my life, knowing that I'm not weighed down by unnecessary debt. Being cautious with debt has taught me that true freedom comes from financial discipline, not from instant gratification. 25. Quality over quantity in friendships. There was a time when I thought the more friends I had, the better. I'd spread myself thin trying to maintain a large social circle, thinking it was a sign of popularity or success. But over time, I noticed that many of these friendships were surface level. I didn't feel truly connected or supported. I found myself feeling lonely even when surrounded by people because I lacked genuine, meaningful connections. Then I started focusing on the quality of my friendships rather than the quantity. I invested more time and energy into the people who truly mattered, the ones who were there for me during tough times and who celebrated my wins as if they were their own. I made an effort to deepen these connections, to show up for my friends and let them show up for me. I stopped worrying about having a large circle and started valuing a smaller, more intimate group of friends who genuinely cared. This shift has brought so much fulfillment into my life. I feel supported, understood, and deeply connected to the people I surround myself with. I no longer measure friendship by numbers, but by the depth of the connection and the mutual support we offer each other. Quality over quantity has become my guiding principle, and it has made my relationships richer and more meaningful. I'm grateful for the friends who bring joy, strength, and love into my life, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. 26. Self-care. First, for years I thought self-care was a luxury, something I'd get around to when everything else was done, when everyone else was taken care of, and when there was nothing left to do. But that time rarely came, and I found myself exhausted, stressed, and barely hanging on. I was so focused on making sure everyone else was okay that I neglected my own needs. Eventually, I hit a breaking point and realized that I couldn't keep giving from an empty cup. I started making self-care a priority, even if it felt selfish at first. I carved out time each day to do something for myself, whether it was a few minutes of meditation, a walk outside, or reading a book. I noticed that as I took better care of myself, I had more energy, patience, and focus to give to others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was necessary for me to show up as the best version of myself in every area of my life. Now, I see self-care as the foundation of everything I do. It's not just about bubble baths or treats. It's about nourishing my mind, body, and spirit so I can handle life's demands with resilience and grace. Putting self-care first has made me a better friend, partner, and professional. I've learned that taking care of myself isn't about indulgence. It's about giving myself the tools I need to thrive. When I'm at my best, I can give my best. And that's a gift not only to myself, but to everyone around me. 27. Fear gives bad advice. Fear used to be a constant presence in my decision-making. It would creep in whenever I was on the edge of something new or challenging, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios. I listened to it, thinking it was protecting me from failure or embarrassment. But over time, I realized that fear wasn't helping me. It was holding me back. The more I listened to fear, the more opportunities I missed, the more dreams I put on hold, and the smaller my life became. One day, I decided to stop letting fear call the shots. I started questioning it, asking, is this fear real, or is it just my mind trying to keep me comfortable? More often than not, I found that fear was based on assumptions or exaggerated possibilities rather than actual threats. I began to notice that when I pushed past my fears, I experienced growth, excitement, and fulfillment. Fear had been limiting my life, and I was ready to break free. Now, I acknowledge fear when it arises, but I don't let it drive my decisions. I remind myself that fear isn't always rational, and it's okay to feel it while still moving forward. I've learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking action in spite of it. Embracing this mindset has allowed me to step into new experiences, take risks, and live a life that's full rather than safe. Fear may still be there, but now I see it for what it is. A poor advisor that I no longer take seriously. 28. Be willing to be misunderstood. For a long time, I sought validation in everything I did. I wanted people to understand my choices, my goals, and my dreams. I thought that if I explained myself enough, others would see things my way. But the more I tried to get people to understand me, the more frustrated I became. Not everyone shared my perspective or my vision, and their doubts and criticisms began to weigh on me. I realized that I was holding myself back, fearing their misunderstanding more than I valued my own path. That's when I learned to accept that being misunderstood is often part of pursuing something unique or ambitious. I stopped explaining myself to everyone and started focusing on what mattered to me. Not everyone would get it, and that was okay. I had to be willing to stand firm in my choices, even if others didn't agree or understand. This shift gave me a newfound sense of freedom and confidence. I didn't need approval from everyone around me. I just needed to believe in myself. Now, I embrace being misunderstood as a sign that I'm following my own path, not someone else's. I've learned that staying true to myself is more important than gaining others' approval. This perspective has made me stronger and more resilient, allowing me to pursue my dreams without fear of judgment. Being willing to be misunderstood has taught me the value of self-acceptance and the power of listening to my own voice, regardless of the noise around me. 29. Get rid of all your vices. For a long time, I held on to certain vices, small habits that I knew weren't good for me, but felt harmless enough. Maybe it was procrastination, binge-watching shows, or relying on unhealthy foods for comfort. These habits felt like small indulgences, a way to escape or unwind. But over time, I noticed they were taking a toll. They were distractions that kept me from facing reality, from reaching my goals, and from living my best life. Each vice, however small, was holding me back in subtle but powerful ways. One day, I decided to take a closer look at these habits and ask myself, is this really helping me? The answer was almost always no. I started letting go of one vice at a time, replacing it with healthier habits that aligned with the life I wanted to build. At first, it was challenging. I missed the comfort of my old routines. But as I let go of these vices, I felt lighter, more focused, and more in control of my life. Now, I make a conscious effort to live free from vices that drain my energy and limit my potential. I'm not perfect, but I'm committed to replacing old habits with ones that nurture my growth and well-being. Getting rid of my vices has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, and that the small sacrifices I make today create space for a more fulfilling tomorrow. Letting go of what doesn't serve me has allowed me to step into a life that feels aligned, purposeful, and genuinely satisfying. 30. Prioritize a regular sleep schedule. For a long time, I viewed sleep as something that could be sacrificed for productivity. I'd stay up late, thinking I could get more done, only to wake up feeling exhausted and dragging through the day. My productivity suffered, my mood was low, and my health started to take a hit. It became clear that skimping on sleep wasn't helping me. It was actually holding me back. I realized that prioritizing sleep wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity for my well-being and success. So, I made the commitment to prioritize a regular sleep schedule. I set a consistent bedtime and focused on creating a relaxing evening routine to help me wind down. At first, it was difficult to break old habits, but the benefits were undeniable. With a full night's sleep, I woke up feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to tackle my day. My energy levels were more stable, my productivity improved, and I felt better both mentally and physically. Now, I see sleep as a non-negotiable part of my self-care routine. It's the foundation of my health, my energy, and my ability to show up fully each day. Prioritizing sleep has taught me that rest isn't a weakness. It's a strength that fuels everything else in my life. By committing to a regular sleep schedule, I've gained a renewed sense of vitality and balance. I'm no longer sacrificing my well-being for temporary productivity. Instead, I'm investing in rest as a way to create lasting success and happiness. 31. Learn the art of persuasion. I used to think persuasion was just about getting others to agree with me. I'd approach conversations with a goal of convincing people that my perspective was right, but it rarely worked out the way I wanted. Often I ended up frustrated, wondering why others couldn't see things my way. It wasn't until I began to study persuasion as an art, focusing on understanding others and meeting them where they were, that I realized persuasion isn't about pushing my ideas, but about creating mutual understanding and trust. When I began approaching conversations with genuine curiosity, I noticed a change. Instead of trying to win, I started listening more, asking questions, and trying to see things from the other person's perspective. This shift helped me connect more deeply, and I found that people were more open to hearing my thoughts when they felt respected and understood. Persuasion became less about making my case and more about guiding people toward common ground. Now, I see persuasion as a skill that requires empathy, patience, and respect. It's about building relationships, not just arguments. I've learned that when I focus on connecting and understanding, people are naturally more receptive to my ideas. This approach has improved my relationships, my professional life, and my confidence. I no longer view persuasion as a way to control conversations, but as a way to foster cooperation, collaboration, and positive change. The art of persuasion has taught me the power of kindness and the importance of listening, and it's made me a better communicator in every area of my life. 32. Embrace failure as learning. I used to fear failure like it was the worst thing that could happen. If I failed at something, I'd beat myself up, feeling embarrassed and defeated. I'd go over my mistakes, wondering why I couldn't get it right the first time. But after experiencing several setbacks, I began to see that failure was actually one of my greatest teachers. Each time I failed, I learned something new about myself, about what didn't work, and about how to improve. Embracing failure didn't come naturally. I had to change my mindset and start seeing mistakes as stepping stones rather than dead ends. Instead of asking, "Why did this go wrong?" I started asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift transformed how I approached challenges. I became less afraid of taking risks and more willing to try things, knowing that even if I failed, I'd come out stronger and wiser. Now, I view failure as an essential part of growth. I see each setback as an opportunity to refine my approach and gain new insights. I no longer let failure define me. Instead, I let it guide me toward a better path. Embracing failure as learning has made me more resilient, more open to challenges, and more optimistic about my journey. It's given me the freedom to pursue my goals with courage, knowing that every failure is simply a lesson in disguise. 33. The word no is a complete sentence. For most of my life, I felt obligated to explain every no I gave. If I couldn't attend an event, take on a project, or do a favor, I'd offer long-winded explanations to avoid disappointing anyone. But over time, I realized that constantly justifying my no was exhausting. It made me feel like I owed people something simply for setting boundaries. Then one day, I read that no is a complete sentence, and it changed everything. At first it was hard to say no without explaining. I worried about coming across as rude or unhelpful, but the more I practiced, the more empowered I felt. I learned that I don't owe anyone a justification for protecting my time, energy, and priorities. Saying no without explanations allowed me to set clearer boundaries and focus on what truly mattered to me. I found that people respected my decisions more when I was direct and confident in my response. Now, I use no as a simple, powerful tool for setting boundaries. I no longer feel pressured to give reasons or apologies for my choices. This approach has given me the freedom to prioritize my needs and spend my time on things that align with my goals. I've learned that no isn't just a refusal. It's an affirmation of my values and my right to make choices that serve my well-being. Saying no confidently has strengthened my relationships and my self-respect, and I'm grateful for the clarity and empowerment it brings. 34. Stay humble by thinking of yourself less. Humility is something I've always admired, but it took me a while to understand what it really meant. For a long time I thought humility was about downplaying my achievements or not taking up too much space. I tried to avoid talking about my successes, thinking that was what made me humble. But over time, I learned that true humility isn't about minimizing myself. It's about thinking less about myself and more about how I can serve others. This shift in perspective has been transformative. I realized that humility isn't about hiding my strengths or achievements. It's about using them to make a positive impact. When I focus less on myself and more on how I can contribute, I feel more connected to the people around me. I'm less worried about how I'm perceived and more focused on doing meaningful work, supporting others, and making a difference. Humility has become less about my ego and more about my purpose. Now, I practice humility by thinking of myself less, not by minimizing my worth, but by focusing on how I can uplift others. This approach has brought me a sense of peace and fulfillment. I feel more grounded and genuinely grateful for the opportunities I have to make a positive impact. Staying humble by thinking of myself less has taught me that true strength lies in service, and that I can achieve more by putting others first while still valuing my own worth. 35. Have a primary aim for your life. For a long time I felt like I was just going through the motions. I'd set goals here and there, but there was no overarching purpose guiding my decisions. I was busy, but felt like I was wandering without direction. Then I came across the concept of having a primary aim, a clear purpose or guiding vision for my life. I realized that I needed something bigger than individual goals, something that would give my life meaning and direction. Setting a primary aim took some deep reflection. I thought about what truly mattered to me, what kind of person I wanted to become, and how I wanted to impact the world. Gradually, I defined a vision that felt authentic and inspiring. With this aim in mind, I began making choices that aligned with my purpose. Decisions that once felt confusing became clearer, as I now had a guiding compass. Having a primary aim has given my life focus and motivation. It's not about having all the answers or a rigid plan. It's about having a sense of direction that helps me stay aligned with what truly matters. Now I feel more fulfilled and energized because I'm working towards something meaningful. My primary aim keeps me grounded and reminds me of the bigger picture, even during challenging times. This purpose has become a source of strength, guiding me forward with clarity and conviction. 36. Stop reading books. Start studying them. I used to read books at a rapid pace, moving from one to the next without giving myself time to truly absorb the lessons. I'd finish a book, feel inspired for a moment, and then quickly move on, forgetting much of what I'd just learned. Eventually I realized that I wasn't getting as much value from books as I could. Reading was supposed to be enriching, but my approach wasn't allowing the knowledge to stick or make a real impact. So, I decided to try something different. Instead of racing through books, I'd study them. I'd take notes, reflect on the key points, and consider how each lesson could apply to my own life. I began rereading certain passages and even discussing the material with friends or colleagues. This approach transformed my reading experience. Books became more than just entertainment. They became tools for personal growth and sources of wisdom that I could carry with me long after I'd turned the last page. Now, I approach books as mentors rather than just stories. I don't rush to finish. Instead, I take my time to really internalize the lessons. Studying books this way has deepened my understanding and helped me apply the insights to my daily life. I find myself returning to certain books again and again, extracting new meanings each time. This practice has taught me that knowledge isn't about how much I consume. It's about how well I apply it. By studying books instead of just reading them, I'm able to turn knowledge into real, lasting change. 37. Teach people how to treat you. For a long time I struggled with setting boundaries. I'd tolerate behavior that made me uncomfortable or unhappy, thinking it was easier to go along than to address it. But over time I realized that by staying silent, I was teaching people that this treatment was acceptable. I was, in a way, setting the standard for how they interacted with me. I learned that if I wanted respect and kindness from others, I had to set clear boundaries and communicate them. Setting boundaries didn't come naturally. At first, it felt confrontational, but I quickly realized that boundaries are actually an act of self-respect. When I started speaking up, people began to understand my limits and adjust their behavior. I didn't have to be harsh or demanding. I simply had to be honest about what I needed and what was or wasn't okay. By teaching others how I wanted to be treated, I created healthier, more respectful relationships. Now, I'm intentional about showing others how to treat me. I communicate openly and stand by my boundaries. This practice has improved my relationships and brought a sense of peace and balance to my life. I've learned that when I set the standard, people respect it, and those who don't simply aren't meant to be in my life. Teaching others how to treat me has been empowering. It's a way of honoring my own worth and creating an environment where I feel respected, valued, and supported. 38. When things get easy, go harder. For a long time I thought reaching a level of comfort was a sign that I could ease up and coast along. When things started feeling easier, I'd let myself relax, thinking I'd already done the hard work. But I noticed that whenever I got too comfortable, I'd start to feel stagnant and unfulfilled. The progress I'd made would plateau, and I'd begin to lose the momentum that had brought me this far in the first place. Then, I learned the value of pushing myself precisely when things started to feel easy. I realized that ease is an opportunity, not a destination. When I'm not facing immediate challenges, I have the mental space to set higher goals, build new skills, or take on projects I'd previously avoided. Now, when things start to feel comfortable, I see it as a cue to up the ante. I push myself to go a little harder, to raise the bar on my own expectations. Embracing this mindset has kept me growing and improving. I no longer view comfort as a stopping point, but as a foundation from which I can reach new heights. When I challenge myself in times of ease, I stay engaged, motivated, and excited about my journey. This approach has helped me make consistent progress, and it's taught me that growth happens when I push my limits, even and especially when things feel easy. 39. Find mentors, not idols. I used to admire people from afar, seeing them as larger-than-life figures whose achievements I could only hope to emulate. I idolized them, thinking that if I could somehow be like them, I'd find success. But over time, I realized that idolizing people created a sense of distance, almost like putting them on a pedestal. I couldn't relate to them, and I often felt discouraged by the gap between where I was and where they were. Then, I learned the difference between idols and mentors. Unlike idols, mentors are people who are willing to share their journey with me, to offer guidance and encouragement. Instead of just admiring them from a distance, I could actually learn from their experiences and insights. Mentors made me feel that success was achievable because they had been where I was and understood the steps to move forward. Building real connections with mentors gave me access to practical advice, support, and a sense of accountability. Now, I seek mentors instead of idols. I look for people who are accessible, who are willing to share their wisdom, and who genuinely want to see me grow. Having mentors has made my journey feel more tangible and less intimidating. I no longer feel the need to idolize. Instead, I feel empowered by the knowledge and encouragement my mentors provide. Finding mentors has taught me that success is a shared path, and with the right guidance I can reach goals I once thought were out of reach. 40. Look for problems to solve. I used to avoid problems, seeing them as inconveniences or obstacles that stood in my way. If something seemed complicated, I'd often sidestep it, thinking that avoiding it would make my life easier. But eventually, I realized that every problem I encountered had a hidden opportunity within it, a chance to learn, grow, and create something valuable. I began to see that solving problems wasn't a burden. It was a pathway to meaningful progress. Once I adopted this mindset, I actively started looking for problems to solve, both in my personal life and in my work. I began to ask, how can I make this better? Or, what solutions could create a positive impact? This approach not only made me more proactive, but also helped me discover talents and strengths I didn't know I had. Each problem I solved boosted my confidence and expanded my capabilities. Now, I view problems as opportunities for growth and contribution. I'm no longer afraid of challenges or setbacks. I welcome them as chances to make a difference and build my skills. This mindset has made my life more fulfilling and has shown me that the more problems I solve, the more capable I become. Looking for problems to solve has taught me that life's challenges are not obstacles, but invitations to create, learn, and lead. 41. Confidence comes from integrity. For a long time, I thought confidence was something I could gain from external achievements, winning an award, getting recognition, or receiving praise. But while these moments felt good, the confidence they brought was often fleeting. I realized that true confidence didn't come from how others viewed me. It came from how I viewed myself, and that self-respect was built on one thing: integrity. Integrity means keeping the promises I make to myself, even when no one is watching. It's about doing what I say I'll do, following through on my goals, and acting in line with my values. When I uphold my own standards, I feel a quiet sense of pride that no one can take away. There's something incredibly grounding about knowing that I can trust myself, that I'm someone who does what they say they will. This inner trust is the foundation of true confidence. Now, I focus less on external validation and more on aligning my actions with my values. I know that as long as I'm acting with integrity, I can be proud of myself, no matter the outcome. This shift has given me a lasting confidence that doesn't depend on others' opinions or approval. By living in alignment with my values, I've built a confidence rooted in self-respect, and it's one of the most empowering transformations I've ever experienced. 42. Embrace imperfect beginnings. For the longest time, I hesitated to start anything unless I felt completely prepared. I'd wait until everything was perfectly lined up. The timing, the resources, the knowledge. But the perfect moment rarely came, and I'd end up delaying my dreams and goals indefinitely. I finally realized that waiting for perfection was just a form of procrastination, and if I wanted to make progress, I had to be willing to start messy and imperfectly. Starting before I felt ready was uncomfortable, but it was also liberating. I learned that I didn't need to have everything figured out to make meaningful progress. Each small step taught me something new, and I adjusted along the way. By embracing imperfection, I gave myself permission to grow and learn in real time, without the pressure of getting it all right immediately. Now I approach new ventures with a spirit of curiosity and openness. I know I can refine and improve as I go, but the important thing is to start. Embracing imperfect beginnings has taught me that progress, not perfection, is what truly moves me forward. This mindset shift has opened doors I'd previously kept shut, and I'm grateful for the freedom to pursue my dreams without waiting for everything to be just right. 43. People often test you right before breakthroughs. There have been times when, just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough, I'd face unexpected challenges. People would question my choices, criticize my progress, or test my resolve in ways that made me doubt myself. It felt like the universe was throwing obstacles in my path, right when I was closest to reaching my goal. But over time, I came to realize that these tests weren't setbacks. They were signals that I was about to level up. Now, whenever I'm met with resistance or doubt, I take it as a sign that I'm on the right path. I remind myself that breakthroughs often come after moments of intense challenge, and these tests are there to help me grow stronger and more resilient. Instead of backing down, I lean into the discomfort, knowing that on the other side is the progress I've been working toward. This perspective has changed how I handle adversity. When I feel tested, I don't see it as a reason to quit. I see it as proof that I'm pushing beyond my comfort zone. Embracing these tests has allowed me to break through barriers I once thought were impossible. I've learned that the greatest rewards often come after the hardest challenges, and I'm willing to stay the course, knowing that my perseverance will pay off. 44. Set boundaries for self-respect. Setting boundaries used to feel difficult, even selfish. I worried about disappointing people or coming across as rude. But as I continued to put others' needs before my own, I realized that I was losing respect for myself. I was constantly drained, overcommitted, and feeling resentful. I finally understood that setting boundaries wasn't about pushing people away. It was about valuing my own time, energy, and well-being. When I started setting boundaries, it felt uncomfortable at first, but I quickly saw the benefits. I had more time and energy to focus on the things that mattered to me, and I felt a renewed sense of self-respect. I realized that when I respected my own limits, others respected them too. Setting boundaries became a way of honoring myself, showing that my needs and priorities were important. Now, I view boundaries as a vital part of self-care. They're not barriers. They're guidelines that help me protect my peace and maintain healthy relationships. I've learned that self-respect begins with respecting my own limits and communicating them clearly. By setting boundaries, I'm able to show up more fully in my life, knowing that I'm honoring my own worth. 45. Gratitude and ambition can coexist. For a while, I thought that being grateful for what I had meant I shouldn't want more. I'd feel guilty for having big dreams and ambitions, thinking it was somehow a sign of dissatisfaction. But I eventually learned that gratitude and ambition aren't opposites, they're partners. I can appreciate everything I have while still striving for more. Practicing gratitude has taught me to find joy in the present, to value my journey, and to celebrate my achievements. But my ambitions keep me excited for the future and motivated to grow. I've learned that being grateful for where I am doesn't mean I have to stop aiming higher. Gratitude gives me a strong foundation, and ambition pushes me forward. Together, they create a balanced mindset where I'm both content and driven. Now, I embrace both gratitude and ambition as essential parts of my life. I wake up grateful for the opportunities I've been given, and I go to bed with dreams of what I can create next. This combination has allowed me to enjoy the present without losing sight of my future goals. I've found that gratitude and ambition can coexist harmoniously, each fueling the other in a way that keeps me grounded, fulfilled, and inspired. 46. Treat others how you want to be treated. This simple principle has been a guiding light in my relationships. Whenever I'm in a challenging situation, I remind myself to treat others the way I'd want to be treated. It's easy to react out of frustration or impatience, but I know that kindness, respect, and empathy are values I hold dear, and I try to live by them every day. This approach has helped me build stronger connections and handle conflicts with grace. When I put myself in others' shoes, I find that I'm more understanding and compassionate. I've learned that a small gesture of kindness can make a big difference, and treating others with respect often brings out the best in them too. By living this principle, I not only uplift others but also create an environment where positivity and mutual respect thrive. Now, treating others as I'd want to be treated isn't just a rule, it's a way of life. It reminds me to approach every interaction with empathy and integrity. This mindset has enriched my relationships and brought a sense of harmony and fulfillment to my life. I believe that by embodying the values I admire, I can make a positive impact on the people around me and build a life centered on love and respect. 47. If you keep running into bad people, look inward. There was a time when I felt like I kept attracting negativity in my life. Difficult co-workers, friends who weren't supportive, or situations that felt toxic. I'd wonder why I was surrounded by such energy, assuming it was just bad luck. But after some reflection, I realized that there might be a deeper reason behind these recurring encounters. Perhaps it wasn't just about the people around me. Maybe there was something within me that needed attention. Looking inward was challenging, but it opened my eyes. I began examining my own beliefs, behaviors, and boundaries. I noticed patterns where I allowed certain treatment or ignored red flags. I realized that my own mindset and actions were playing a role in the kind of people and situations I was attracting. When I started making shifts, valuing myself more, setting healthier boundaries, and being mindful of my energy, the quality of my relationships and encounters improved. Now, whenever I feel like I'm surrounded by negativity, I take a step back and reflect on my own role. I ask myself if there's anything I need to adjust in my mindset or behavior. This self-awareness has transformed my relationships and has taught me that the energy I put out often mirrors what comes back to me. By looking inward and making positive changes, I've created a more supportive and uplifting environment around me. 48. Waiting for a sign is a sign. I used to wait for the perfect moment to make a decision or take a big step. I'd tell myself that I needed a clear sign from the universe before moving forward. But what I didn't realize was that waiting for a sign was, in itself, a sign. It was a sign that I was already curious, already considering the change, and perhaps just holding back out of fear or doubt. One day, I decided to interpret my desire for a sign as a signal to act. I stopped waiting for external validation and began trusting my own instincts. If I was looking for a sign to pursue a dream or make a life change, I took it as a sign that I was ready to explore it. This shift in perspective freed me from overthinking and gave me the courage to start. I realized that I didn't need the universe to spell things out for me. I could trust myself to make decisions. Now, whenever I feel that desire for a sign, I treat it as my inner voice giving me a gentle nudge. I trust that if I'm already thinking about a change, it's worth exploring. This approach has helped me take ownership of my choices and has given me the freedom to move forward with confidence. I've learned that the sign I'm looking for is often already within me, waiting for me to listen and take action. 49. Admit when you're in the wrong place. For a long time I stayed in situations, jobs, friendships, even routines that didn't feel right. I'd convince myself that things would improve or that I just needed to push through. But deep down, I knew when something wasn't a good fit. It was uncomfortable to admit that I might be in the wrong place because it felt like failure. I worried about the judgment or the unknown of what might come next. Eventually, I realized that staying in the wrong place was costing me more than the discomfort of change ever could. It was holding me back from growth, joy, and fulfillment. Admitting that something isn't right doesn't mean I've failed. It simply means I'm making space for what truly aligns with me. Now, I listen to my instincts more closely. When I feel uneasy or out of sync, I take it seriously and consider if it's time to move on. Making the choice to leave the wrong place has empowered me. I no longer see it as a setback, but as an act of courage and self-respect. By being honest with myself, I've been able to find environments and relationships that genuinely support me. Admitting when I'm in the wrong place has taught me that it's okay to change direction and that letting go is often the first step toward finding where I truly belong. 50. Build a weekly routine of reflection. Life can get so busy that it's easy to go through the motions without stopping to think about where I'm headed. I used to do this, just moving from one task to the next, checking off to-dos without taking the time to reflect. But then I realized that without reflection, I wasn't learning from my experiences or adjusting my goals. I needed a way to check in with myself and make sure I was living intentionally. So, I decided to create a weekly reflection routine. Every Sunday, I take a little time to review my week, what went well, what I learned, and where I want to improve. I also set intentions for the week ahead, aligning my actions with my long-term goals. This simple habit has brought so much clarity and purpose to my life. Instead of just reacting to circumstances, I feel more in control, more focused, and more aware of my progress. Now, this weekly routine is something I look forward to. It grounds me, gives me perspective, and reminds me of my priorities. Building a routine of reflection has helped me grow, stay on track, and live a life that feels authentic and meaningful. By taking the time to look inward each week, I'm able to stay aligned with my values and continue moving toward the life I truly want. Reflection has become a powerful tool for growth, and I'm grateful for the clarity and intention it brings to my journey. These 50 insights are more than just advice. They're life lessons that can shape the way you approach everything, from relationships to personal growth. Remember, real change doesn't happen overnight, but by embracing these truths, you're already taking the first steps towards a more fulfilling life. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which insight resonated with you the most? Or do you have a personal takeaway that's helped you along your journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read each one, and I'd love to connect with you there. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights that can guide you on your path to growth. And if you know someone who could benefit from these lessons, go ahead and share this video with them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Here are 10 signs that you are being too kind, and 4 powerful strategies to stop people from taking advantage of your kindness and protect your energy. Have you ever felt like your kindness is being used against you? Maybe you've noticed one of these signs. People only come to you when they need something. Your goals are consistently sidelined, or you feel drained and unappreciated after helping others. If any of these resonate, it's a wake-up call. You might be giving too much, and it's costing you your happiness and peace of mind. When you're overly kind, you risk falling into dangerous patterns. You might find yourself neglecting your own needs, attracting people who drain your energy, or being treated as weak. Worse, you could even lose touch with your own identity as your life becomes consumed by the needs of others. The Stoics warned against this imbalance, teaching us the importance of self-respect and setting boundaries. But don't worry, there's a way out. Imagine a life where you could spot these 10 signs early and take action. People treating you as weak, assuming you'll handle everything, or overlooking your goals. What if you could break free from these cycles, preserve your energy, and still be a kind and giving person? In this video, I'll reveal 10 signs that you are being too kind and 4 transformative strategies to protect your energy while maintaining meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have the tools to balance kindness with self-respect and finally stop feeling taken advantage of. Stick around. This could change the way you see yourself and your relationships forever. 10 signs that you should stop being too kind. 1. Unrealistic expectations. How overgiving leaves you drained. Let me tell you about a moment in my life when I felt completely wiped out. I had bent over backward to help a friend who was struggling. I covered their shifts, lent them money, and even spent hours listening to their problems. At first, I felt good, like I was making a difference. But as the weeks went by, something strange started happening. I found myself waiting for them to ask, "How are you doing?" or to return the favor. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. Instead, they grew comfortable taking what I gave, and I grew resentful. Here's the truth I had to face. I wasn't being selfless. I was attaching strings. I expected them to give back, to reciprocate, to care as much as I cared. And when they didn't, I felt betrayed. That's when I realized I had unrealistic expectations. and it wasn't their fault. It was mine. The Stoics teach us to give freely, but with boundaries. They say, give not to please, but to act in accordance with your own principles. Giving from a place of expectation isn't generosity. It's a transaction, and when you expect others to fill your emotional bank account, you set yourself up for disappointment. 2. Dependency creation. Breaking free from the trap of always giving. I used to think that helping others non-stop was a sign of strength. If I could solve everyone's problems, surely they'd see my value, right? But here's the trap. The more I helped, the less others tried to help themselves. My constant giving became a crutch for them and a burden for me. I'll never forget the time I stayed up all night finishing a colleague's project. Instead of gratitude, they handed me even more work the next week. I was enabling their laziness, not empowering their growth. That's when I realized I was stuck in a cycle of overgiving, and it was harming both of us. The Stoics remind us that self-respect begins with boundaries. As Seneca said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Living courageously means saying no when giving would hurt you or hinder someone else's growth. True kindness isn't about doing everything for others. It's about inspiring them to step up and handle their own responsibilities. Once I learned this, I started changing my approach. Instead of jumping in to fix everything, I offered guidance and encouragement. But I let people take charge of their own challenges. It wasn't easy at first. Old habits die hard. But over time, it felt empowering. Remember this: when you always rescue others, you're not helping them. You're holding them back. Be kind, but don't let your kindness become a cage for yourself or others. Empower, don't enable. I started asking myself, am I giving because I genuinely want to, or because I expect something in return? That shift in mindset was life-changing. Now, I give what I can without overextending myself, and I let go of the outcome. It's not about getting something back. It's about staying true to who I am. And guess what? When you give from a place of strength and self-respect, people sense it. It creates healthier relationships. Stop chasing approval. Start embracing the power of intentional giving. It's freedom. 3. Neglected goals. How overgiving can steal your purpose. There was a point in my life when I felt like I was running on a hamster wheel. Every day was a blur of helping others, family, friends, co-workers, but my own goals forgotten. I was so focused on pleasing everyone else that I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. The wake-up call came when I missed a major opportunity because I was too busy helping someone move. I looked at my life and thought, how did I get here? The Stoics warn us that if we ignore our own responsibilities, we lose ourselves. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." I had been avoiding my own dreams by drowning myself in other people's problems. It felt easier to fix their lives than to face my own fears. But here's the truth. Self-neglect isn't noble. It's self-sabotage. So I started small. I made time for what mattered to me: writing, learning, working toward my dreams. I learned to politely decline requests that didn't align with my priorities. And guess what? Not only did I start making progress, but people respected me more for it. If you feel lost in the chaos of helping everyone but yourself, it's time to stop. Your dreams deserve your attention. Take control of your life by setting boundaries and putting yourself first. not out of selfishness, but out of self-respect. 4. Perceived weakness. How overgiving undermines your strength. There was a time when I prided myself on being the person everyone could count on. Need a favor? I was your go-to, but over time I noticed something unsettling. People began to take my help for granted. Worse, they started treating me as if I didn't have the strength to stand up for myself. I remember a moment when someone flat out said, "Don't worry, you'll do it. You always do." That hit me like a ton of bricks. My kindness, which I thought would earn respect, was being mistaken for weakness. It wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. The Stoics teach us that true strength comes from self-control and setting boundaries. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." By not saying no, I was giving up my freedom and my power. I decided to change. The next time someone pushed a responsibility onto me, I respectfully declined. At first, they were surprised, even annoyed, but eventually something unexpected happened. They began to respect me. Saying no didn't make me less helpful. It made me someone whose time and energy were valued. Here's the truth. People will treat you the way you teach them to. If you don't set boundaries, you'll be seen as a doormat. But when you stand up for yourself, you command respect. Don't let your kindness be mistaken for weakness. Let it be rooted in strength. 5. Conditional relationships. Recognizing true connections. One day, I looked around and realized that most of the people in my life only showed up when they needed something. At first, I told myself, that's just how people are. But deep down, it stung. Why weren't they there when I needed support? The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom and discernment. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." I realized I needed to be intentional about my relationships, focusing on those who truly valued me for who I was, not what I could do for them. I began to pull back from one-sided friendships. It was hard, I'm not going to lie. But as I let go of people who only took, I made space for deeper, more meaningful connections. I discovered the power of saying, "I can't right now," and it helped me see who truly valued me beyond my favors. Here's the key. Real relationships are about mutual respect and care. If someone only calls when they need something, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Invest your time in people who lift you up, not just those who weigh you down. 6. Attracting opportunists. Guarding your energy. I used to wonder why certain people seemed to gravitate toward me, the ones who always had problems but never solutions. They drained my energy, leaving me emotionally and mentally exhausted. No matter how much I gave, it was never enough. It felt like I was a magnet for negativity. The Stoics have a profound lesson here. We are what we repeatedly do. If you give endlessly without boundaries, you train others to see you as a resource rather than a person. When your energy is low, you attract opportunists, people who take but never give. This realization hit me hard. I had to acknowledge that my overgiving was part of the problem. So I decided to shift my focus. Instead of giving to everyone, I started prioritizing relationships and activities that uplifted me. I began practicing what the Stoics call apatheia, emotional balance, by protecting my energy. It wasn't easy. Some people didn't like the new boundaries. But as I distanced myself from those who drained me, I noticed something incredible. I started attracting people who brought positivity and support into my life. When you elevate your energy, you invite better into your world. Remember, kindness is powerful, but it needs to come from a place of strength. Protect your energy. It's your greatest asset. 7. Risk of addiction. The hidden cost of overgiving. One day, someone close to me said, "You're always helping others, but have you noticed how much you've been relying on that extra drink or those late-night snacks?" At first, I brushed it off, but later it hit me. My overgiving was driving me to unhealthy habits. I was using distractions to cope with burnout. The Stoics warn us about losing control over ourselves. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you give too much and neglect your own needs, you leave a void that unhealthy habits can easily fill. I started paying attention to how I felt after giving too much, tired, frustrated, and sometimes even resentful. To break the cycle, I began setting firm boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. I replaced unhealthy habits with restorative ones, like journaling or taking long walks. If you're caught in a pattern of overgiving and unhealthy coping, pause, reflect. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to help others. Master your choices, and you'll master your life. 8. Suspicion of motives. Why kindness can be misunderstood. I used to think kindness would always be appreciated, but there were moments when people questioned my intentions. "Why are you doing this?" they'd ask, as if my generosity had some hidden agenda. It was disheartening. The Stoics remind us to focus on our actions, not others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means doing good for its own sake, not for validation or approval. I learned to let go of how others perceived my kindness. I focused on living in alignment with my values, knowing that not everyone would understand or trust my motives. Over time, the right people saw my intentions, and the wrong ones fell away. If you've experienced this, remember, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Be kind, but don't let suspicion discourage you. Your actions, grounded in integrity, will speak louder than words. 9. Loss of identity. Forgetting who you are. There was a time in my life when I felt like I was living for everyone else. I was the problem solver, the caregiver, the one who always said, "I'll handle it." Slowly, without even noticing, I started losing touch with who I really was. My dreams, interests, and even my sense of self-worth faded into the background. The Stoics teach us that our identity lies in our ability to live in harmony with our values. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Overgiving can pull you away from the essence of who you are because you're too busy trying to meet others' expectations. I realized that I wasn't just overgiving. I was using it as a way to avoid confronting my own fears and insecurities. By focusing entirely on others, I didn't have to face my inner struggles, but ignoring them only made things worse. I began reclaiming my identity by setting aside time to reflect on what truly mattered to me. I asked myself, what do I stand for? What do I want my life to look like? It wasn't easy, but the more I aligned with my values, the stronger and more confident I became. If you've lost touch with yourself, pause and reconnect. Kindness begins with being kind to yourself. When you know who you are, your kindness will have more purpose and power. 10. Burnout. the ultimate cost of overgiving. I remember one particularly busy month where I said yes to everything, helping a friend move, covering extra shifts at work, and even volunteering at an event. By the end of it, I was completely drained. I had nothing left for myself or anyone else. That's when I realized burnout isn't just physical exhaustion, it's emotional and mental depletion too. The Stoics warn us about the dangers of overextending ourselves. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." When we give too much, we not only exhaust our resources but also carry unnecessary mental burdens. I learned to recognize the signs of burnout: constant fatigue, irritability, and feeling like I was running on empty. To recover, I started practicing the Stoic principle of moderation. I made deliberate choices about where to spend my time and energy, and I gave myself permission to rest. Burnout teaches a valuable lesson. You can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritize your well-being, and you'll find that you have more to give, not less. The key is balance. When you protect yourself from burnout, your acts of kindness will come from a place of abundance, not obligation. Here are 4 strategies to avoid exploitation. 1. Self-awareness. Listen to your emotions. There was a time when I thought I could give endlessly without consequences. I'd feel drained, frustrated, or even resentful after helping someone, but I'd brush it off as normal. What I didn't realize was that these feelings were my mind and body screaming for attention, telling me something wasn't right. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When we ignore our emotions, we lose sight of what we need and allow ourselves to be overrun by others' demands. I started practicing emotional check-ins. Before agreeing to help someone, I asked myself, how do I feel about this? Am I giving because I want to, or because I feel pressured? If the thought of saying yes left me anxious or overwhelmed, I knew it was time to step back. Self-awareness doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help in a way that doesn't compromise your well-being. I learned to give from a place of strength, not obligation. By recognizing when I was overextending myself, I could course correct before reaching burnout. Your emotions are a guide, not a weakness. They reveal when your boundaries are being crossed or when you're neglecting your needs. Listen to them. When you honor your feelings, you protect your energy and ensure that your kindness is sustainable. 2. Say no. The power of boundaries. Saying no used to terrify me. I worried people would see me as selfish or unreliable. So, I said yes to everything, even when it stretched me thin. The result? I felt exhausted, unappreciated, and trapped in commitments I didn't want to fulfill. The Stoics remind us that true freedom lies in self-control. Epictetus said, "He who is not master of himself is forever a slave." Learning to say no is an act of mastery. It allows you to protect your time, energy, and priorities. At first, saying no felt awkward. I practiced in front of a mirror, telling myself, no isn't rejection, it's self-respect. When someone asked for more than I could give, I'd respond with empathy but firmness. "I'd love to help, but I can't commit right now." It was liberating. The more I used this magic word, the more I realized its power. People began respecting my boundaries, and I felt lighter and more in control of my life. Saying no isn't about being selfish. It's about ensuring you have the capacity to say yes to what truly matters. Here's the truth. Every time you say no to something misaligned with your priorities, You say yes to yourself. Practice this skill. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Boundaries aren't walls. They're bridges to a healthier, more balanced life. 3. Prioritize personal time. Self-care isn't selfish. I used to think carving out personal time was indulgent. My calendar was packed with tasks for others, and I felt guilty about taking even a moment for myself. But eventually, I hit a breaking point. I realized I couldn't keep giving if I was running on empty. The Stoics understood the value of self-care. Seneca said, "We should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." Time for yourself isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. I started scheduling me time like any other appointment. Whether it was an hour for exercise, reading a good book, or simply sitting with my thoughts, I treated it as non-negotiable. When someone asked for my help during this time, I respectfully declined or offered to assist later. Protecting this space became my way of honoring my well-being. The benefits were profound. I felt more energized, focused, and present, not just for myself, but for others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was an act of love that allowed me to show up better in every area of my life. If you're struggling to prioritize yourself, start small. Set aside 10 minutes a day for something that brings you joy or peace. As you build this habit, you'll find that personal time isn't a luxury. It's the foundation of your strength. 4. Identify energy vampires. Protect your energy. Have you ever spent time with someone who leaves you feeling completely drained? I used to think I had to help everyone, no matter how much it cost me emotionally. But certain people, energy vampires, took more than I could give and left me feeling empty. The Stoics advise us to choose our relationships wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." Not everyone deserves your time or energy, especially those who take without giving back. I began to identify the energy vampires in my life, the ones who constantly complained, sought attention, or created drama without ever working on their problems. At first, it was hard to distance myself. I felt guilty, as if I was abandoning them. But then I realized I couldn't help them if they weren't willing to help themselves. By stepping back, I freed up emotional space for relationships that uplifted me. I surrounded myself with people who inspired, supported, and challenged me to grow. It wasn't about cutting everyone off. It was about setting boundaries with those who drained me. If someone in your life consistently takes more than they give, it's time to reassess that relationship. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't light up the world if someone is constantly dimming your flame. Choose wisely, and you'll thrive. Finding the balance between kindness and self-respect is one of the most empowering journeys you can take. By learning to set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and protect your energy, you not only safeguard yourself, but also create deeper, more meaningful relationships with those who truly value you. Remember, kindness is most impactful when it comes from a place of strength and self-awareness. If this video resonated with you or gave you a new perspective, let us know in the comments. What signs of overgiving have you noticed in your own life? Which strategy are you most excited to try? Your insights and takeaways might just inspire someone else on their journey. And if you found this content helpful, don't forget to like the video. It helps others discover these life-changing strategies. Subscribe to our channel for more wisdom that empowers you to live with clarity, purpose, and balance. Share this video with someone who might need it. They'll thank you for it. Let's build a community that supports one another in finding harmony between giving and living authentically.
What if the secret to resolving conflicts lay not in the strength of your arguments, but in the calm of your mind? Imagine transforming heated disagreements into opportunities for growth and understanding, simply by adopting ancient wisdom. Stoic philosophy, with its profound insights into human behavior and emotional resilience, offers timeless strategies for navigating conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Conflicts are an inevitable part of life, arising in personal relationships, professional settings, and even within ourselves. How we handle these disagreements can significantly impact our well-being and the quality of our relationships. Instead of succumbing to anger or frustration, what if you could approach conflicts with the steady composure of a Stoic, turning potential discord into harmonious resolution? In this guide, we will explore Stoic-inspired strategies to help you navigate conflicts wisely. From using humor to ease tensions to practicing gratitude and setting boundaries, these approaches will empower you to manage disputes with a clear and balanced mindset. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and discover how to transform conflicts into opportunities for deeper understanding and personal growth. Number 1, use humor wisely. Humor, when used wisely, can be a powerful tool in conflict resolution. It has the potential to lighten the mood, ease tensions, and foster a sense of openness. In the midst of a heated argument, a well-timed joke or a light-hearted comment can act as a pressure valve, releasing the built-up stress and allowing both parties to step back from the brink of escalation. However, the key lies in the appropriateness of the humor. It must be relevant to the situation and sensitive to the emotions involved. Humor that belittles or mocks the other person can worsen the conflict, undermining the trust and respect necessary for a resolution. Instead, aim for humor that builds bridges. Self-deprecating humor, for instance, can show humility and willingness to acknowledge your own flaws, which can encourage the other party to do the same. Stoic wisdom teaches us the value of perspective and emotional resilience. By introducing humor into a conflict, we can shift our perspective from one of confrontation to one of collaboration. This shift can reveal the absurdity of our anger and help us recognize the humanity in our opponent. It reminds us that conflicts are often temporary and that maintaining a sense of humor is vital for our mental well-being. Moreover, humor can serve as a reminder of shared experiences and values, reinforcing the bond between the conflicting parties. It can transform an adversarial interaction into a more amicable one, paving the way for productive dialogue and mutual understanding. By easing the atmosphere, humor allows both sides to lower their defenses and engage more openly and honestly. In essence, wise use of humor is not about trivializing the conflict, but about creating an environment where constructive conversation can flourish. It aligns with the Stoic principle of maintaining control over our emotions and responses, enabling us to navigate conflicts with grace and composure. Thus, let humor be the gentle nudge that brings light into the darkness of discord, guiding both parties towards a resolution. Number 2, seek external aid. When conflicts become too entrenched or emotionally charged to handle alone, seeking external aid can be a prudent strategy. Mediators and counselors serve as neutral third parties who can facilitate more constructive discussions, ensuring that each side is heard and understood. Their impartial perspective can help clarify misunderstandings and guide the conflict toward resolution. Stoic philosophy values wisdom and self-awareness, recognizing that sometimes the best course of action is to seek help. Engaging a mediator is not a sign of weakness, but of strength and wisdom. It demonstrates a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than letting it fester or escalate. A mediator can provide the tools and frameworks necessary for effective communication, helping both parties articulate their needs and concerns without resorting to aggression or defensiveness. Counselors, with their expertise in human behavior and psychology, can also offer valuable insights. They can help individuals understand the underlying emotional triggers and patterns that contribute to the conflict. By addressing these deeper issues, counselors can facilitate a more profound and lasting resolution. Their guidance can help both parties develop better coping strategies and communication skills, reducing the likelihood of future conflicts. The Stoic approach to conflict emphasizes the importance of reason and self-control. Seeking external aid aligns with this philosophy by promoting a reasoned and measured approach to conflict resolution. It encourages individuals to step back from their emotions and consider the situation from a broader perspective. This detachment can lead to more thoughtful and effective solutions, fostering mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, seeking external aid in the form of mediators or counselors can transform the conflict resolution process. It embodies the Stoic principles of wisdom, self-awareness, and rationality, enabling individuals to navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. By recognizing the value of external support, we can approach conflicts with a more open mind and a greater willingness to find common ground. Number 3, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that can transform our approach to conflicts. By shifting our focus from what we lack or what is troubling us to what we have and appreciate, we can change our perspective and reduce negative emotions. In the midst of a conflict, it may seem counterintuitive to practice gratitude, but this is precisely when it can be most impactful. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, often wrote about the importance of gratitude in maintaining a tranquil mind. By reflecting on the positive aspects of the situation or the person you're in conflict with, you can soften your stance and reduce the emotional charge of the disagreement. This shift in perspective can help you approach the conflict with a more balanced and composed mindset. Gratitude helps to remind us of the humanity in our opponent. It encourages us to see beyond the immediate conflict and recognize the shared experiences and values that connect us. This recognition can foster empathy and understanding, creating a foundation for more constructive dialogue. It also helps to mitigate the sense of animosity that can fuel conflicts, allowing for a more open and respectful exchange of ideas. Moreover, gratitude can serve as a grounding force, helping you stay centered and calm. When you focus on what you appreciate, you're less likely to be swayed by anger or frustration. This emotional steadiness aligns with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's reactions and responses. By keeping your emotions in check, you can navigate the conflict more effectively and make decisions that are in line with your values and long-term goals. In essence, practicing gratitude during conflicts can transform the way you engage with the situation. It enables you to maintain a clear and steady mind, approach the conflict with empathy and understanding, and ultimately find a resolution that respects both your needs and those of the other party. This practice is not just about finding peace in the moment, but about fostering a mindset that can handle future conflicts with wisdom and grace. Number 4, seek the shared path. Finding common ground is essential in resolving conflicts. By identifying shared values, goals, or interests, you can build a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic philosophy of focusing on what is within our control and seeking harmony in our interactions with others. In the heat of a conflict, it is easy to become fixated on differences and opposing viewpoints. However, taking the time to seek out areas of agreement can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative. This common ground serves as a starting point for dialogue and negotiation, fostering a sense of partnership rather than opposition. Shared values and goals can act as a bridge, connecting the conflicting parties on a deeper level. These connections remind us that despite our disagreements, we are often working towards similar outcomes. By focusing on these shared aspects, we can create a more positive and productive atmosphere for resolving the conflict. This approach also encourages empathy and understanding. When you seek the shared path, you are actively listening and valuing the perspective of the other party. This effort can break down barriers and build trust, making it easier to find mutually acceptable solutions. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of community and cooperation. By seeking common ground, you are embodying these principles, striving to maintain harmony and goodwill. This method not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and understanding. Ultimately, seeking the shared path is about shifting the focus from what divides us to what unites us. It requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen. But by doing so, you can transform conflicts into opportunities for connection and growth, embodying the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and justice. Number 5, control your reactions. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the emphasis on controlling our reactions rather than trying to control external events. This principle is particularly relevant in the context of conflict resolution. By focusing on managing your own responses, you can navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. When faced with a conflict, it is natural to feel a surge of emotions. Anger, frustration, and hurt can cloud our judgment and lead to impulsive reactions. However, Stoic philosophy teaches us to pause and reflect before responding. This pause allows us to assess the situation more objectively and choose a response that aligns with our values and long-term goals. By maintaining control over our emotions, we can prevent the escalation of conflicts. A calm and measured response can diffuse tension and create a more constructive environment for dialogue. It also sets a positive example for the other party, encouraging them to respond in kind. This approach requires self-awareness and discipline. It involves recognizing our emotional triggers and developing strategies to manage them. Techniques such as deep breathing, mindfulness, and reflective thinking can help us stay centered and composed. Moreover, controlling our reactions allows us to focus on what truly matters. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in, and by managing our responses, we can discern which issues require our attention and which do not. This discernment helps us conserve our energy for significant matters, aligning with the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control. In summary, controlling your reactions is a powerful strategy for conflict resolution. It aligns with the Stoic virtues of wisdom and self-control, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. By managing your responses, you can create a more positive and productive environment for resolving disputes, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Number 6, engage in premeditation. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, involves mentally preparing for potential challenges. This technique can be particularly useful in conflict resolution. By envisioning possible conflicts and planning your responses, you can reduce the impact of surprise and emotional reactivity, approaching conflicts with a clear and steady mind. Premeditation allows you to anticipate challenges and consider how you will handle them. This foresight can prevent you from being caught off guard and reacting impulsively. Instead, you can respond thoughtfully and strategically, maintaining control over your emotions and actions. This practice also helps to build emotional resilience. By mentally rehearsing potential conflicts, you can become more comfortable with the idea of disagreement and less likely to be overwhelmed by it. This resilience aligns with the Stoic emphasis on preparing for adversity and maintaining composure in the face of challenges. Moreover, premeditation encourages proactive problem solving. By thinking ahead, you can identify potential solutions and strategies for resolving conflicts before they arise. This proactive approach can lead to more effective and efficient conflict resolution, reducing the duration and intensity of disagreements. In essence, engaging in premeditation is about being prepared. It reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and foresight, enabling you to navigate conflicts with greater confidence and clarity. By anticipating challenges and planning your responses, you can maintain control over your emotions and actions, fostering a more constructive and productive approach to conflict resolution. Number 7, speak with calm and clarity. Effective communication is crucial in resolving conflicts. Speaking with calm and clarity allows you to express your concerns without aggression, fostering a more productive dialogue. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of reason and self-control, helping you navigate conflicts with wisdom and grace. When communicating during a conflict, it is important to stay calm. A composed demeanor can prevent the escalation of tensions and create a more positive environment for discussion. This calmness also allows you to think more clearly and articulate your thoughts more effectively. Clarity is equally important. Clear and concise communication can prevent misunderstandings and ensure that your message is understood. It involves stating your concerns and needs directly, without ambiguity or exaggeration. This directness can help to avoid misinterpretations and focus the conversation on the core issues. Listening is a critical component of calm and clear communication. By actively listening to the other party, you demonstrate respect and understanding. This effort can build trust and encourage them to listen to you in return. It also provides valuable insights into their perspective, helping you to identify common ground and potential solutions. The Stoic emphasis on reason and self-control is reflected in this approach to communication. By maintaining a calm and clear demeanor, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more constructive dialogue. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term understanding and cooperation. Number 8, choose your battles wisely. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in. The Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control encourages us to choose our battles wisely, directing our energy towards significant matters and letting go of trivial disputes. In the heat of the moment, it can be tempting to engage in every disagreement. However, this approach can be exhausting and counterproductive. By assessing the importance of each conflict, you can determine which issues truly warrant your attention and which do not. This discernment helps you conserve your energy for matters that have a meaningful impact on your life and well-being. Choosing your battles wisely also involves recognizing when to compromise and when to stand firm. It requires a balance between assertiveness and flexibility, allowing you to protect your interests without escalating conflicts unnecessarily. This balance reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and moderation, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Moreover, letting go of trivial disputes can foster a more positive and harmonious environment. It allows you to focus on building and maintaining strong relationships rather than getting bogged down in petty disagreements. This focus on harmony aligns with the Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. In summary, choosing your battles wisely is a strategic approach to conflict resolution. It reflects the Stoic principles of wisdom, moderation, and focus, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively and conserve your energy for what truly matters. By letting go of trivial disputes, you can foster a more positive and harmonious environment, promoting long-term peace and cooperation. Number 9, forgive. Forgiveness is a powerful tool in conflict resolution. Letting go of past grievances allows you to move forward with clarity and peace of mind, fostering a more positive and constructive relationship with the other party. This practice aligns with the Stoic emphasis on emotional resilience and maintaining a tranquil mind. Holding on to resentment can cloud your judgment and hinder your ability to resolve conflicts effectively. It keeps you anchored to past hurts, preventing you from seeing the situation clearly and objectively. By forgiving, you free yourself from this emotional burden, allowing you to approach the conflict with a more open and balanced mindset. Forgiveness does not mean condoning the actions of the other party. Rather, it involves letting go of the negative emotions associated with the conflict, creating space for healing and reconciliation. This emotional release can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, paving the way for resolution and understanding. The Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what is within our control, and forgiveness is a powerful example of this principle. You cannot change the past or the actions of others, but you can control your response to them. By choosing to forgive, you take control of your emotions and actions, aligning them with your values and long-term goals. In essence, forgiveness is about finding peace within yourself. It allows you to move forward with clarity and composure, fostering a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution. By letting go of past grievances, you can create a foundation for healing and reconciliation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 10, offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of effective conflict resolution. By showing understanding and validating the feelings of your opponent, you can create a connection that fosters mutual respect and cooperation. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and compassion, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Empathy involves putting yourself in the other person's shoes and seeing the situation from their perspective. This effort can reveal the underlying emotions and motivations driving their behavior, helping you understand their actions and responses. This understanding can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. By validating the feelings of the other party, you demonstrate respect and recognition. This validation does not mean agreeing with their perspective, but rather acknowledging their right to feel as they do. This recognition can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to listen to your perspective in return. Empathy also involves active listening. By truly listening to the other party, you show that you value their input and are willing to understand their point of view. This effort can break down barriers and build a foundation for more effective communication and problem solving. The Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By offering empathy, you can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 11. Understand your adversary. Understanding your adversary is crucial in resolving conflicts. By looking beyond the surface of the conflict to understand the deeper motivations and fears of your opponent, you can gain valuable insights that facilitate resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from misunderstandings and unaddressed emotional needs. By taking the time to understand the underlying factors driving the behavior of your adversary, you can identify common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Understanding your adversary involves active listening and empathy. It requires you to set aside your own perspective temporarily and focus on theirs. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your adversary. It reminds you that they are not just an opponent, but a person with their own experiences, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By understanding your adversary, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 12, embrace compromise. Compromise is essential in resolving conflicts. By being flexible and willing to find solutions that address both parties' needs, you can create a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and moderation, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Compromise involves finding a middle ground where both parties can meet their needs and achieve their goals. It requires flexibility and a willingness to let go of rigid positions in favor of more balanced and mutually acceptable solutions. This flexibility reflects the Stoic emphasis on moderation and balance, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively. By embracing compromise, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than winning at all costs. This commitment can build trust and cooperation, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and seek common ground. Compromise also involves recognizing the value of the relationship. It prioritizes long-term harmony and cooperation over short-term victories. This recognition can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and moderation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By embracing compromise, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term harmony and cooperation. Number 13, appeal to their inner values. Understanding and respecting the values of your opponent is crucial in finding mutually agreeable solutions. By appealing to their inner values, you can create a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from clashes in values and priorities. By taking the time to understand the core values driving the behavior of your opponent, you can identify areas of common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Appealing to the inner values of your opponent involves framing your perspective in a way that aligns with their values. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your opponent. It reminds you that they are not just an adversary, but a person with their own values, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By appealing to the inner values of your opponent, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 14, learn from conflict. Conflicts provide valuable opportunities for self-reflection and personal growth. By using disagreements as learning experiences, you can gain insights into your own behavior and improve your conflict resolution skills. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and self-awareness, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Each conflict reveals something about our own strengths and weaknesses. By reflecting on the conflict and analyzing your actions and reactions, you can identify areas for improvement and develop better coping strategies. This reflection fosters personal growth and resilience, enabling you to handle future conflicts more effectively. Learning from conflict also involves recognizing the impact of your behavior on others. By understanding how your actions contribute to the conflict, you can make more informed and thoughtful decisions in the future. This understanding promotes empathy and self-awareness, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on self-improvement and wisdom. Moreover, learning from conflict encourages a growth mindset. It shifts the focus from winning or losing to learning and growing. This mindset fosters a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and self-awareness is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By learning from conflict, you can navigate disagreements more effectively and foster personal growth and resilience. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens your overall ability to handle future conflicts, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 15, set boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential in protecting your well-being and maintaining healthy relationships. By clearly defining and communicating your limits, you can prevent conflicts from escalating and ensure that your needs are respected. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of self-control and self-respect, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Boundaries serve as guidelines for acceptable behavior, helping to create a sense of safety and respect in relationships. By establishing and enforcing boundaries, you can prevent misunderstandings and reduce the potential for conflict. This clarity fosters a more positive and constructive environment for dialogue and negotiation. Setting boundaries also involves recognizing and respecting your own needs and limits. It requires self-awareness and self-respect, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By honoring your boundaries, you demonstrate a commitment to your well-being and values. Communicating your boundaries effectively is crucial. This communication involves being clear and direct about your limits, without aggression or defensiveness. It also involves listening to and respecting the boundaries of others, fostering mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on self-control and self-respect is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By setting clear boundaries, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and respectful environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also promotes long-term harmony and well-being in your relationships. In a world where conflicts are inevitable, embracing the wisdom of Stoic philosophy can transform how we approach and resolve disagreements. By using humor wisely, seeking external aid, practicing gratitude, and finding common ground, we can navigate conflicts with a calm and balanced mindset. Controlling our reactions, engaging in premeditation, and communicating with clarity further empower us to handle disputes with grace and effectiveness. The Stoic virtues of wisdom, empathy, and self-control provide a powerful framework for conflict resolution. By forgiving past grievances, offering empathy, understanding our adversaries, and embracing compromise, we foster mutual respect and cooperation. Setting boundaries and learning from conflicts ensure that we protect our well-being and grow from each experience. Ultimately, these Stoic strategies not only resolve immediate conflicts, but also strengthen our relationships and personal resilience. By integrating these principles into our daily lives, we can transform challenges into opportunities for growth and harmony, achieving a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Embrace the timeless wisdom of the Stoics and discover a path to navigating conflicts with wisdom, clarity, and grace.
Ever wonder why some people naturally earn respect while others struggle? I used to think respect came from achievements, but I realized it's often lost through small, overlooked habits. Things like interrupting, seeking constant validation, or complaining seem harmless, but they quietly push people away. Drawing on Stoic philosophy, I've learned that real respect comes from living with integrity and self-awareness. The Stoics believed in habits that align with a life of dignity and genuine connection. If you've noticed people distancing themselves or respect slipping, it may be time to reflect on these small habits and replace them with actions that truly build trust and respect. 1. Neglecting to express appreciation. I never thought failing to say thank you could be so damaging. I used to think people understood how much I appreciated them without needing constant reminders. My friends and family, I assumed, would always just know that I valued their support and sacrifices. But I was wrong. A few years back, a close friend pulled me aside and said, "You know, sometimes it feels like you take me for granted." That hit me hard. I realized I'd grown so used to people being there for me that I'd stopped actively showing my gratitude. Little things like a quick thank you or a thoughtful note had slipped out of my routine. This lack of appreciation had created a rift I wasn't even aware of. Stoicism teaches us to be grateful, yet I'd neglected such a simple but powerful practice. Since then, I've tried to make a conscious effort to express my gratitude. Now I make sure to call my parents after they help with something, thank my colleagues when they go the extra mile, and let my friends know how much their presence means to me. The response has been incredible. People appreciate the small acknowledgements. I've noticed that expressing gratitude openly not only strengthens my connections, but also reminds me how fortunate I am to have these people in my life. It's amazing how something as simple as a thank you can bridge gaps and deepen bonds. 2. Gossiping. Gossiping was a habit I didn't even realize I had. In college, my friends and I would get together and dissect every little detail of our classmates' lives. At first, it seemed harmless, like a fun way to bond over shared secrets. But I quickly learned just how damaging gossip can be. One incident stands out. I shared something personal about a friend who wasn't in our circle, thinking it would be an interesting story. Unfortunately, that story made its way back to her. The disappointment in her eyes was something I'll never forget. She didn't get angry or make a scene. She simply withdrew from me. That's when it hit me. I'd violated her trust in a really careless way. Stoic philosophy emphasizes focusing on our own character and steering clear of judging others. Gossiping pulls us away from that principle and poisons the trust people have in us. Since that experience, I've tried to avoid gossip altogether. When I'm tempted, I remember how it felt to lose a friend over thoughtless words. Instead, I focus on building people up or staying silent if I have nothing positive to say. Gossip may seem harmless, but it erodes relationships and diminishes respect over time. I'm still not perfect, but I'm far more mindful now, and it's made my connections feel deeper and more authentic. 3. Refusing to take responsibility. Taking responsibility was something I struggled with for years. I used to think that admitting mistakes showed weakness, so I'd often find ways to dodge blame or make excuses. This habit really affected my work life. My boss once pointed out that while my work was good, I had a tendency to deflect accountability whenever things went wrong. This wasn't easy to hear, but it made me realize that my actions were costing me respect. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what's within our control, including our responses to mistakes. I began to see that taking responsibility doesn't make you weak. It shows integrity. It took some time, but I started owning up to my errors, no matter how uncomfortable it felt. Now, if I mess up, I make it a point to acknowledge it and think about how I can improve. Not only has this earned me more respect, but I also feel a deeper sense of self-respect. People value honesty and accountability, and embracing those qualities has actually strengthened my relationships. Taking responsibility is empowering. It gives me control over my growth and my reputation. 4. Being unreliable. Being unreliable was a label I had to face, and it wasn't easy. In my early 20s, I had a terrible habit of making plans and then cancelling at the last minute. I'd tell people I'd be somewhere, only to change my mind when something more interesting came up. I didn't see the harm at first. Life's busy, right? But one night, I missed my best friend's birthday party because I'd decided to catch up on work instead. She had put so much effort into planning the event, and my last-minute cancellation really hurt her. I could tell from the look on her face when I finally saw her again. That was a wake-up call. I realized that being unreliable doesn't just inconvenience people, it shows them you don't respect their time. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to be someone others can count on. When I say I'll be somewhere, I show up. If I commit to something, I follow through. My relationships have improved because people know I take their time seriously. Stoicism teaches that our word should be something others can trust. By practicing reliability, I'm not just honoring others, I'm strengthening my own character. 5. Seeking constant validation. For a long time, I craved validation. Every achievement, big or small, had to be acknowledged by others for it to feel real to me. I'd find myself constantly checking for likes on social media, asking people if they thought I was doing well, and fishing for compliments. It became exhausting, not only for me, but also for those around me. One day, a friend told me, "You don't need our approval, you're doing great." It was a kind reminder, but it made me realize how dependent I'd become on others' opinions. Stoicism teaches us to build self-worth from within, not from the approval of others. Seeking constant validation only weakens our sense of self. Since then, I've tried to focus on internal validation. Instead of needing others to recognize my achievements, I ask myself if I feel proud of what I've done. It's a slow process, but I've noticed a difference in my confidence. I'm learning to trust my own judgment, and I've found that people respect me more when I'm not constantly looking to them for approval. Now I strive to live in alignment with my values, regardless of what others think. 6. Interrupting others. I used to think that jumping into conversation showed enthusiasm. I'd often interrupt people mid-sentence, eager to share my thoughts or add my perspective. But I realized how disrespectful it was when a coworker pulled me aside after a meeting and said, "It feels like you're not really listening to us." That hit hard. I thought I was being engaged, but I was actually cutting people off and making them feel unheard. Stoicism emphasizes patience and respect in interactions. I began practicing active listening, giving people the space to finish their thoughts before responding. It was challenging at first because I had to resist the urge to jump in, but over time, I've seen how much more people appreciate conversations when they feel fully heard. Listening actively not only deepens my connections, but also helps me learn more from others. Now, I remind myself that conversations are about understanding, not just speaking. By focusing on truly listening, I show respect and build stronger, more meaningful connections. 7. Reacting defensively to feedback. I used to get defensive every time someone offered me constructive criticism. I'd see feedback as an attack on my abilities, and I'd often respond with excuses or counter-arguments. But this habit made people hesitate, to be honest with me. I realized how much this was holding me back when a mentor told me, "You have potential, but you're stopping yourself from growing." That was tough to hear, but it was also a turning point. Stoicism teaches us to accept feedback as a tool for growth rather than as a threat. I began practicing humility when receiving feedback. Instead of immediately reacting, I'd pause, take a breath, and genuinely listen. I learned to ask questions to understand how I could improve. This shift in mindset has been liberating. Now, I'm more open to feedback, and I find that people respect my willingness to learn. Embracing feedback has allowed me to grow in ways I hadn't imagined, and it's helped me build stronger relationships. Respect isn't about grand gestures. It's built through the small, everyday actions we choose. By letting go of habits that erode trust, we make room for deeper connections and a stronger sense of self-respect. The Stoics remind us that living with integrity isn't just about how others see us. It's about the peace we feel within ourselves. If this video helped you see areas for growth or inspired you to make positive changes, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Join us on this journey of self-improvement and wisdom, and let's keep building a life full of respect, resilience, and meaningful relationships. Thank you for watching, and stay strong, stay stoic.
12 Stoic Rules for a Better Life, from Marcus Aurelius. Have you ever wondered how to live a life of true purpose and resilience, regardless of the challenges you face? Imagine having the wisdom of one of history's greatest philosopher kings guiding your every step. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Emperor of Rome, left us a treasure trove of timeless wisdom. His principles are not just ancient teachings, but practical, transformative rules that can elevate your life today. Dive into these 12 Stoic rules distilled from Marcus Aurelius's profound insights, and discover how to navigate life's obstacles with grace and strength, embracing each moment with purpose and clarity. Let these lessons be your compass to a better, more fulfilled life. 1. Internal control, mastering your mind. Anxiety and stress are inevitable parts of life, but how we respond to them defines our journey. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that these emotions originate from within. The external world may present challenges, but it is our inner landscape that determines our peace. By mastering our thoughts and emotions, we reclaim control over our lives. Instead of succumbing to panic or despair, we can choose calm and rational responses. This practice of internal control empowers us to face adversity with grace and resilience. Remember, we do not control what happens to us, but we control how we react. Embrace this Stoic principle to transform your inner turmoil into tranquility and strength. 2. Morning routine. Seize the day with purpose. Starting your day with intention and discipline is a hallmark of Stoic practice. Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense responsibilities, began each day early with a clear purpose. He would journal, reflecting on his thoughts and setting the tone for the day. This routine was not just about productivity, it was about aligning with his values and focusing on what truly mattered. By adopting a similar morning routine, you can set a strong foundation for your day. Prioritize your tasks, center your mind, and approach each day with the determination of a philosopher king. Well begun is half done. Let your morning routine pave the way for a successful and meaningful day. 3. Selflessness, leading with compassion. True leadership is not about accumulating power, but about using it for the greater good. Marcus Aurelius demonstrated this through his acts of selflessness during the Antonine Plague. He sold imperial luxuries to aid the suffering citizens, showing that the well-being of his people came before his own comfort. This Stoic principle of selflessness teaches us that real strength lies in compassion and generosity. In your own life, consider how you can put others before yourself. Whether it's through acts of kindness, sharing resources, or simply listening to someone in need, selflessness enriches both the giver and the receiver. Lead with a heart of service, and your influence will extend far beyond your immediate circle. 4. Immediate action, the power of now. Procrastination is a thief of time and opportunity. Marcus Aurelius urged immediate action, emphasizing that we should not defer our good deeds to tomorrow. The wisdom here is clear. Life is uncertain and our time is limited. Why wait to start that project, mend a relationship, or pursue a goal? The Stoic discipline of action teaches us to seize the present moment and take decisive steps towards our aspirations. It's not enough to know what needs to be done. We must act on it. Begin today with whatever small step you can take and watch how momentum builds. The future is shaped by the actions we take now, so embrace the power of immediate action. 5. Amor fati, embrace your fate. Amor fati, or the love of fate, is a profound Stoic concept. Marcus Aurelius believed that everything happens for a reason and that we should embrace our fate with a positive attitude. Instead of resisting or lamenting our circumstances, we should see them as opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset transforms obstacles into fuel for our inner fire. By accepting and embracing whatever comes our way, we become resilient and adaptable. Life's challenges then become stepping stones to greatness, not hindrances. Love your fate, for it is uniquely yours, and use it to illuminate your path with wisdom and strength. 6. Overcoming obstacles, the path of progress. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This famous Stoic maxim encapsulates a powerful truth. Obstacles are not barriers, but pathways to growth. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that every challenge we face is an opportunity to improve. When we encounter difficulties, we can choose to see them as a chance to strengthen our character and deepen our understanding. This perspective shifts our focus from frustration to resilience. Embrace your obstacles, for they are the crucibles that forge your strength and wisdom. Each impediment is a lesson in disguise, guiding you toward greater heights of achievement and fulfillment. 7. Self-discipline, mastering oneself. True Stoicism demands rigorous self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius emphasized being strict with oneself while being tolerant of others. This principle is about mastering your own impulses, desires, and actions. It's not about controlling others, but about achieving personal excellence. Self-discipline is the foundation of a virtuous life. It allows you to pursue your goals with unwavering focus and integrity. By cultivating self-discipline, you build resilience against distractions and temptations. This inner mastery leads to a life of purpose and clarity. Be your own toughest critic and greatest ally. Through self-discipline, you carve out a path of personal greatness and ethical living. See, community and character, the greater good. The Stoics believed that our highest purpose is to serve the greater good. Marcus Aurelius taught that the fruit of life is good character and acts for the common good. This principle reminds us that our actions should contribute positively to our community and society. By focusing on the well-being of others, we cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Acts of kindness, justice, and service enrich our character and leave a lasting impact on those around us. Strive to be a force for good and let your character shine through your contributions. The legacy of a Stoic is measured by the positive change they bring to the world. 9. Essentialism. Focus on what matters. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to get caught up in trivial pursuits. Marcus Aurelius advises us to ask, is this essential? By doing so, we eliminate unnecessary activities and focus on what truly matters. This Stoic practice of essentialism allows us to channel our energy into meaningful endeavors. It's about doing fewer things, but doing them better. When we prioritize the essential, we enhance our productivity and satisfaction. Reflect on your daily tasks and commitments. Are they aligned with your values and goals? Strip away the non-essential and dedicate yourself to what genuinely enriches your life and the lives of others. 10. Using frustrations. Opportunities for virtue. People can be challenging, often becoming obstacles in our path. Marcus Aurelius teaches that these frustrations are opportunities to practice Stoic virtues like patience, forgiveness, and justice. Instead of resenting difficult people, use these encounters to refine your character. Each frustrating interaction is a chance to demonstrate your commitment to Stoic principles. By responding with virtue, you transform obstacles into opportunities for growth. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also strengthens your inner resolve. Embrace frustrations as lessons in disguise and let them guide you toward greater wisdom and compassion. Is memento mori. Embrace life's transience. Memento mori reminds us of our mortality. Life is fleeting and each moment is precious. Marcus Aurelius urges us to live as if each action were our last. This awareness of life's transience compels us to act with urgency and purpose. Cherish the present, make meaningful choices, and avoid postponing important tasks and relationships. By embracing the inevitability of death, we gain clarity on what truly matters. Live fully, love deeply, and leave no room for regrets. Memento mori is not a morbid reflection, but a call to live authentically and vibrantly, honoring the impermanence of our existence. 12. Resilience through virtue, strength in adversity. Practicing virtues like patience, forgiveness, and adaptability builds resilience. Marcus Aurelius teaches that our true power lies in our ability to respond virtuously to life's challenges. Adversity is inevitable, but how we handle it defines our character. By embodying Stoic virtues, we fortify ourselves against the storms of life. This resilience allows us to navigate difficulties with grace and integrity. Each trial becomes a testament to our inner strength. Embrace virtue as your guiding principle, and let it lead you through adversity with unwavering resolve. In resilience, we find the essence of Stoic wisdom and the foundation of a fulfilled life. As you embark on your journey to integrate these Stoic principles into your daily life, remember that wisdom and virtue are cultivated through consistent practice. Marcus Aurelius's teachings offer a blueprint for living with purpose, resilience, and integrity. If you found these insights valuable, don't keep them to yourself. Share the wisdom. Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and join a community of individuals committed to personal growth and the pursuit of wisdom. Let's continue exploring these timeless principles together, transforming our lives and the world around us. Thank you for watching, and welcome to the path of the Stoic.
In relationships, there are certain qualities that make a lasting impact, traits that go beyond surface-level attraction and create deeper connections. As I've explored these qualities within myself, I've come to appreciate how each one contributes not only to my personal growth, but also to the strength and authenticity of my relationships. From confidence and resilience to emotional intelligence and passion, each trait shapes how I show up for my partner and allows us to build a foundation rooted in respect, trust, and inspiration. Here, I dive into 15 essential traits that I strive to embody, each bringing its own unique value and depth to the connections I form. 1. Independence. I've come to realize that independence is one of the most essential qualities I can develop, not just in my relationships, but in every part of my life. Being independent means having a life that's fulfilling and balanced, where I pursue my own passions, set my own goals, and don't make someone else the center of my existence. When I embrace independence, I'm creating a dynamic in my relationship that naturally attracts the kind of person who values strength and self-sufficiency, qualities that I want in both myself and my partner. Independence, to me, is about cultivating a life that stands on its own, where my happiness doesn't solely depend on any one person. I focus on maintaining my friendships, pursuing my hobbies, and making sure that my goals are always moving forward. For instance, I stay committed to my personal growth, which could mean learning a new skill, taking up a challenging project at work, or even taking time off to relax and reflect. When I give myself this space to evolve and improve, it not only makes me a better person, but also a more appealing partner. After all, being someone who's driven and engaged with life is attractive in its own right. Being independent doesn't mean I'm closed off or unwilling to make someone a priority. Instead, it's a way of ensuring that I don't lose myself in a relationship. I've seen too many people, and I've even done it myself, become so wrapped up in their partner that they forget who they are outside of that connection. I want to stay grounded in who I am, with a clear sense of my own worth and values. That way, I'm entering a relationship as a whole person, not someone seeking fulfillment from someone else. In practical terms, independence means that I make time for my interests, even when I'm dating someone. If I have a weekly meet-up with friends or a solo project that I'm working on, I make sure those remain priorities. This doesn't mean that I neglect my partner or refuse to make compromises. It simply means that I don't abandon what's important to me. I believe that keeping my life in balance is one of the best ways to ensure that I'm also bringing the best version of myself into my relationships. Independence also brings a level of mystery to the relationship. When I have my own goals and responsibilities, it adds depth and intrigue. I'm not always available or ready to drop everything because I have a full life. This isn't about playing hard to get, but about being genuinely engaged with my world, which in turn keeps the relationship interesting. I think there's something captivating about a person who has a rich, varied life. It's something I admire in others too. When I reflect on independence, I see it as a form of respect for both myself and my partner. By maintaining a strong sense of self, I'm able to offer them a genuine connection, not one driven by neediness or dependency. I want to be with someone who respects my autonomy, who understands that my independence is part of what makes me, me. In the end, my goal is to find a relationship where we support each other's journeys, both individually and together, knowing that our connection is made stronger by our unique, independent lives. 2. Ambition. Ambition is something I believe every person should nurture in their lives. For me, ambition means having a clear sense of purpose and direction, a constant drive to improve, grow, and achieve. I don't see ambition as just the pursuit of career success or financial gain. To me, it's about consistently striving for something more, something that makes me feel fulfilled and allows me to contribute meaningfully to the world around me. When I'm ambitious, I'm setting a high standard for myself, and that energy naturally spills over into every area of my life, including relationships. Having ambition keeps me engaged and motivated. It gives me goals to work towards, and that brings a sense of excitement and determination into my day-to-day life. I'm someone who always wants to challenge myself, whether it's through setting new professional milestones, improving my health and fitness, or dedicating myself to personal projects that I'm passionate about. This kind of drive makes me feel alive and keeps me moving forward, regardless of where I am in life. When I'm actively pursuing my goals, I feel more connected to my purpose, and that gives me an underlying sense of satisfaction and confidence. Ambition also adds a dimension of respect and admiration to my relationships. I find that when I'm driven, I attract people who are similarly goal-oriented and passionate. Being around other ambitious people is inspiring. It creates a shared energy and motivation that lifts us all up. I've noticed that when I express my aspirations and work toward them, it encourages the people around me to pursue their own dreams too. Ambition is contagious, and I want to be with someone who understands and appreciates the value of having big dreams. To me, ambition doesn't mean I'm always hustling or grinding non-stop. It's not about sacrificing everything for the sake of achievement. Instead, it's about knowing that I want more from life and making intentional choices that align with my goals. Whether that's working on a personal project, learning a new skill, or pushing my limits physically, my ambition shows up in ways that improve me as a person. I think the best kind of ambition is balanced. It's driven yet mindful, constantly striving, but never losing sight of what really matters, including my relationships and personal well-being. Having ambition can also make relationships more exciting. I don't want to be in a relationship where we're both content to just coast along. I want a partnership where we're both pushing each other to become the best versions of ourselves, where we're constantly evolving, both together and as individuals. For me, a relationship should be an adventure, a journey that includes personal growth and new experiences. Being ambitious means I'm always open to learning, open to change, and open to new possibilities, which keeps the relationship dynamic and full of life. Ambition, for me, is also about resilience. It means not giving up when things get tough and having the mental strength to push through setbacks. I want a partner who can see that drive in me and who can appreciate my determination to keep going, no matter the obstacles. When I'm ambitious, I'm not afraid to take risks, and I'm not easily discouraged. I find that this quality inspires confidence, both in myself and in those around me. including my partner. It shows that I'm committed to my own growth and that I'll work hard to overcome challenges in all aspects of life. Ultimately, ambition is a trait that makes me feel deeply fulfilled. It's about setting high standards, dreaming big, and knowing that I have the power to shape my own future. When I focus on my ambitions, I'm taking charge of my life, and that sense of agency brings me a lot of joy. I believe that when I'm living my life with ambition, I'm offering my partner someone who's fully alive, engaged and passionate about creating a better future. And that, in my experience, is something that's incredibly attractive and enriching in a relationship. 3. Adaptability. Adaptability is a quality I'm constantly working to improve because life is full of changes and unexpected turns. For me, being adaptable means having the mental flexibility to handle whatever life throws my way and the resilience to move forward, regardless of the circumstances. I see adaptability as one of the most empowering traits a person can have. It's what allows me to face challenges without losing my sense of direction. In relationships, adaptability is crucial. It helps me handle disagreements, navigate life changes, and keep the connection strong, even when things aren't going exactly as planned. In my experience, relationships are never static. They evolve as we grow, and they require adjustment and compromise. I've learned that being adaptable is about more than just going with the flow. It's about actively embracing change and being open to new perspectives. Whether it's learning to communicate better, adjusting to a new routine, or finding ways to support my partner through their own changes, I believe adaptability allows me to be more responsive and understanding. When I'm adaptable, I'm able to meet my partner where they are, rather than getting frustrated if things don't go according to my initial expectations. Adaptability also means not being too attached to any one way of doing things. In my life, I try to stay open-minded and curious, always looking for ways to improve or explore new possibilities. I don't want to be the kind of person who gets stuck in old habits or routines simply because they're comfortable. Change, while often uncomfortable, pushes me to grow and brings new energy into my life and relationships. I find that when I embrace change, it makes me more interesting and engaged as I'm constantly learning and adapting. This trait has helped me stay grounded during life's challenges, whether it's a career change, a move, or a personal setback. Adaptability allows me to see obstacles as opportunities to learn and grow. It gives me the resilience to handle tough situations without falling apart. When I'm adaptable, I'm not easily discouraged. Instead, I'm ready to find solutions and adjust my approach to meet the demands of the moment. This is a quality I hope to bring into my relationships as it helps create a more harmonious, understanding environment. Adaptability also fosters better communication. I've noticed that being willing to listen, consider other perspectives, and shift my approach makes it easier to resolve conflicts. Instead of getting defensive or rigid when there's a disagreement, I try to remain open and responsive, allowing for a dialogue that respects both of our viewpoints. I think that when I'm adaptable, I show my partner that I value our relationship enough to work through challenges together. It demonstrates that I'm committed to growing and evolving, not just as an individual, but also as a partner. For me, adaptability also means balancing my own goals and needs with those of my partner. It's about finding a middle ground that respects both of our ambitions, desires, and dreams. I want to be with someone who appreciates flexibility and understands that life will bring changes, some of which we can't foresee. By being adaptable, I'm preparing myself and my relationship for the inevitable ups and downs that life brings. I don't want to be someone who gets thrown off course by every little disruption. I want to be someone who can stay steady and supportive no matter what. Ultimately, adaptability is a trait that helps me build resilience and deepen my connections. It keeps me grounded, yet open to the new and unexpected. In relationships, I believe it's one of the most important qualities because it allows both partners to grow together rather than feeling constrained by rigid expectations. When I'm adaptable, I'm better able to enjoy the journey, handle changes gracefully, and approach life with a positive, open attitude. This is the kind of energy I want to bring into my relationships, a sense of flexibility, resilience, and optimism that enriches both my life and the lives of those around me. 4. Sense of humor. A sense of humor is one of the most powerful tools I have, both in life and in relationships. To me, humor isn't just about making people laugh. It's about seeing life through a light-hearted lens, especially when things get tough. Having a good sense of humor allows me to stay resilient in difficult times, connect more easily with others, and add a sense of fun and joy to my relationships. When I can laugh at myself, at the small annoyances, or even at life's curveballs, it helps me handle challenges with a clear mind and a lighter heart. For me, humor has been a source of connection with others. I find that laughter breaks down walls and helps people feel at ease, whether in casual settings or deep conversations. When I'm able to share a laugh with someone, it's like creating a moment that says, "I get you, and I'm right here with you." In relationships, humor is especially valuable. It helps me create a bond with my partner that's not just based on attraction or shared goals, but on genuine enjoyment of each other's company. Being able to laugh together, even at the little quirks we each bring, fosters a sense of camaraderie and understanding. I believe that a strong sense of humor is a sign of emotional resilience. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes things don't go the way we want. When I can laugh at these moments rather than letting them stress me out, it shows that I'm able to roll with the punches and keep a positive outlook. Humor helps me stay grounded, even when things feel uncertain or challenging. In relationships, this resilience allows me to support my partner in tough times without letting negativity take over. By keeping things light-hearted, I'm able to lift the mood and remind both of us that we can handle whatever comes our way. One of the biggest advantages of humor in a relationship is that it diffuses tension. Conflicts are inevitable, but humor can make it easier to navigate disagreements without letting them escalate. When I can inject a bit of humor into a tense moment without dismissing or invalidating my partner's feelings, it can help us both take a step back and see the situation from a less serious perspective. Humor allows me to address issues calmly and creates a sense of safety where neither of us feels judged or criticized. It reminds us that, ultimately, we're on the same team. A sense of humor also means that I'm not afraid to laugh at myself. Self-deprecating humor shows that I don't take myself too seriously, and it keeps me humble. When I can poke fun at my own quirks and mistakes, it signals that I'm comfortable in my own skin. I think this level of self-assurance is attractive because it shows confidence without arrogance. In a relationship, it tells my partner that I'm okay with my imperfections, and I'm not striving for an unattainable image of perfection. This honesty and comfort in my own skin helps create an environment where we can both be ourselves, flaws and all. At its core, a sense of humor is about finding joy in life. It's a reminder that not everything needs to be taken seriously, and that sometimes the best way to deal with a problem is to just laugh it off. This doesn't mean I ignore challenges or avoid important conversations. Instead, it means I approach life with an open heart, ready to find the silver lining, even when things seem bleak. I've found that when I share this perspective, it helps my partner feel more optimistic, too. It's like creating a shared mindset where we can both lean on humor to get through life's ups and downs together. In the end, humor adds depth to my relationships. It allows us to share lighter moments, relieve stress, and create memories filled with laughter. I want to be someone who can bring joy to the lives of others, who can see the funny side even in tough times, and who encourages my partner to do the same. Humor is one of the best ways to build a strong, lasting connection, and it's a quality I'm always proud to cultivate. By keeping a light-hearted outlook, I'm not just making life more enjoyable, I'm building a relationship that's rich with joy, resilience, and genuine connection. 5. Bad boy traits. The concept of bad boy traits might sound a bit cliché, but I've come to understand it as a mix of confidence, independence, and a sense of mystery. I don't think of it as being rebellious or disrespectful. Rather, it's about embodying qualities that make me intriguing, emotionally self-reliant, and a bit unpredictable. To me, the essence of these traits is about not conforming entirely to expectations and maintaining a life that's genuinely my own, even when I'm in a relationship. One of the key components of what's often referred to as bad boy traits is the ability to keep a sense of mystery. I found that being a bit reserved about my life adds a natural sense of intrigue. I don't feel the need to overshare everything about myself right away, and I value having aspects of my life that are just for me. It's not about hiding things. It's about letting my partner gradually discover who I am over time. By keeping some things to myself, I create a dynamic where there's always something new to learn about each other, which keeps the relationship fresh and engaging. Another part of this approach is maintaining emotional independence. I don't rely on a partner for my happiness or self-worth. I take responsibility for my own emotional state. When I'm in control of my emotions and not dependent on constant validation, I'm able to be a more stable and reliable partner. I believe that emotional independence allows me to be fully present in the relationship without feeling pressured to constantly seek approval. This confidence in who I am and in my own self-worth is magnetic because it signals that I'm a grounded, self-sufficient person. In my experience, this kind of emotional resilience is deeply attractive, as it provides a foundation of strength and stability. The bad boy persona also includes a sense of unpredictability, which I interpret as simply being open to new experiences and willing to keep things exciting. I don't want to fall into routines that make life feel stale, whether that's in my relationship or my personal life. Instead, I embrace spontaneity and enjoy mixing things up. This might mean planning a surprise date, trying out new activities, or even just being a little playful and adventurous in our interactions. By keeping things unpredictable in a fun and respectful way, I'm creating moments of excitement and curiosity that deepen our bond. An often misunderstood aspect of these traits is the ability to say no and set boundaries. I don't believe in being overly accommodating just to please someone else. I stay true to my values and preferences. This doesn't mean I'm inflexible or unwilling to compromise. It just means that I'm clear on what I want and don't feel the need to change myself to gain approval. Having clear boundaries shows that I respect myself and have a strong sense of identity. When I stand firm in my choices, I find that it creates mutual respect and a balanced relationship dynamic. I've also learned the importance of not always being readily available. In today's world of constant messaging and instant communication, it's easy to feel like we should be on call at all times. But I believe there's value in letting my partner miss me and having time apart to recharge and focus on my own life. I pursue my own interests and passions, which adds depth to who I am and gives me things to bring back to the relationship. Having a life outside of the relationship allows me to maintain my individuality and ensures that when we're together, it's more meaningful. Finally, I embrace a sense of self-assurance that comes from not needing to explain or justify myself constantly. I don't feel compelled to seek approval for every decision or action. Instead, I act based on what feels right for me, within the boundaries of respect and consideration for my partner. This self-confidence, combined with independence and a hint of mystery, creates a dynamic that makes relationships feel exciting yet stable. In essence, bad boy traits to me aren't about being reckless or insensitive. They're about maintaining self-respect, embracing independence, and allowing for a bit of mystery and spontaneity. These qualities help me build a relationship that's grounded, exciting, and fulfilling. I've come to see these traits as a way of bringing strength and depth into my connections, creating a balance where both my partner and I feel engaged, respected, and continually drawn to each other. 6. Self-respect. Self-respect is one of the most foundational qualities I strive to cultivate in my life and relationships. It means valuing myself, my principles, and my boundaries, and never compromising who I am to gain approval or affection. Self-respect helps me maintain a strong sense of identity, and it keeps me grounded, allowing me to approach relationships from a place of confidence and integrity. When I have self-respect, I'm able to engage with others in a way that feels honest and authentic, because I'm not trying to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. For me, self-respect begins with setting clear boundaries. I've learned that if I don't respect my own limits, it's difficult to expect others to do so. In relationships, this means being clear about my needs and values, and not being afraid to communicate them. I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to build meaningful connections that respect both myself and the other person. When I have boundaries, I protect my well-being and ensure that I'm only giving what I can truly offer without resentment. By holding to my boundaries, I'm also sending a message that I value myself enough not to settle for less than I deserve. Self-respect also involves a sense of self-worth. I don't seek validation from external sources or rely on someone else to make me feel valued. My self-worth comes from within, built on my achievements, my character, and my values. I remind myself that I am enough as I am, and I strive to build on that foundation daily. This internal sense of value allows me to stand tall, even in the face of rejection or disappointment, because I know that my worth isn't tied to someone else's opinion. When I approach relationships with this self-assurance, I find that it creates a balanced dynamic, where I'm not overly reliant on my partner for validation or happiness. Having self-respect means being able to say no when something doesn't align with my values or goals. I no longer feel guilty about setting limits, whether it's with friends, family, or a romantic partner. Saying no is a way of honoring myself and recognizing that my time, energy, and values are important. I've found that when I stand firm in my decisions, it attracts people who genuinely respect and value me. By respecting myself enough to decline things that don't serve me, I create space for what truly aligns with who I am. Self-respect is also about taking care of my physical, emotional, and mental well-being. This means making time for things that nurture me, whether it's exercise, pursuing hobbies, or investing in personal growth. I've noticed that when I prioritize self-care, I show up better in my relationships. I have more energy, patience, and understanding to give, and I'm less likely to fall into cycles of resentment or burnout. Respecting myself means putting my needs first, not out of selfishness, but because I know that by taking care of myself, I'm able to offer a healthier, more balanced presence to those around me. In relationships, self-respect is key to maintaining equality and mutual respect. I'm not willing to tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or any behavior that undermines my dignity. I approach relationships with kindness and respect, but I expect the same in return. When I respect myself, I naturally attract people who see and appreciate my value, and I'm able to recognize when someone doesn't treat me as I deserve. Self-respect empowers me to walk away from unhealthy situations without fear, knowing that my happiness and well-being come first. Ultimately, self-respect gives me the freedom to be true to myself. I don't feel the need to change or hide who I am to gain acceptance. I want a partner who values me for my authentic self, not for some idealized version of me. With self-respect, I bring honesty, confidence, and a deep sense of personal integrity into my relationships. This quality creates a foundation of trust and stability because I'm consistent, genuine, and unafraid to stand up for what I believe in. In essence, self-respect is the cornerstone of how I approach both my life and my relationships. It empowers me to live authentically, love deeply, and build connections that are grounded in mutual respect. When I hold myself in high regard, I'm able to give and receive love in a way that's healthy, balanced, and truly fulfilling. Self-respect keeps me centered and reminds me that I'm worthy of the best life and relationships have to offer. 7. Confidence. Confidence for me is about having a steady inner belief in who I am and what I bring to the table. It's not about being the loudest person in the room or seeking attention. Rather, it's a quiet assurance that comes from knowing my own worth and capabilities. Confidence is deeply attractive because it signals to others that I'm comfortable in my own skin, that I don't need constant validation, and that I'm fully capable of handling whatever life throws my way. In relationships, this confidence allows me to bring my authentic self forward without fear of judgment or rejection. Building confidence starts with self-acceptance. I've come to understand that being confident doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm comfortable with my imperfections and strengths alike. I don't try to hide my flaws or pretend to be someone I'm not. I know who I am, and I accept myself as I am, both the good and the not so good. This self-acceptance forms the foundation of my confidence. When I'm secure in who I am, I'm not easily shaken by external opinions or setbacks. I approach relationships with this same level of acceptance, knowing that I'm bringing something unique and valuable to the table, just as I am. Confidence also means having a clear sense of purpose. I find that when I have goals, passions, and a direction in life, it gives me a sense of purpose that fuels my confidence. Knowing what I'm working toward and making consistent progress keeps me grounded and motivated. In relationships, this purpose-driven confidence is attractive because it shows that I have my own life, ambitions, and interests. I'm not waiting for someone else to complete me. I'm already on my path, and I want a partner who's on theirs too. I believe that two people who are both confident and purpose-driven create a stronger, more resilient partnership. In my experience, true confidence also means not being overly concerned with seeking approval. I don't need to rely on external validation to feel good about myself. This doesn't mean I'm closed off to feedback or unwilling to grow. It just means that my self-worth isn't dependent on what others think of me. I set my own standards and work hard to meet them, finding pride in my accomplishments, even when they're small. When I can be proud of myself without needing others to tell me I'm worthy, I can approach relationships from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. Confidence allows me to be assertive in expressing my needs and desires. I don't shy away from communicating what I want or standing up for myself. In relationships, this assertiveness creates clarity and prevents misunderstandings. I'm not afraid to be direct or honest, and I find that this honesty is refreshing for both myself and my partner. Being confident doesn't mean I'm rigid or inflexible. It simply means I know what I value, and I'm willing to communicate that openly. This kind of honesty fosters trust, as it shows that I'm transparent about who I am and what I want. Another important aspect of confidence is resilience. When I face rejection, failure, or disappointment, I don't let it crush my self-esteem. Instead, I see these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. Confidence helps me stay grounded, even when things don't go as planned, because I know that my worth isn't defined by any single outcome. In relationships, this resilience allows me to approach challenges calmly and work through them without getting discouraged. I'm not afraid to put in the effort to make things work, but I also know when to walk away if something isn't serving my well-being. This balance of commitment and strength is key to building a healthy relationship. Finally, confidence makes me more approachable and open to connecting with others. When I'm confident, I'm not consumed by insecurities or self-doubt, so I'm able to focus on my partner and engage with them fully. I'm able to be present, listen actively, and share meaningful experiences without holding back. This level of openness and self-assurance creates a warm, inviting energy that naturally draws people in. Confidence allows me to be fully myself, creating a space where both my partner and I can be authentic and vulnerable together. In the end, confidence is about embracing my identity, living with purpose, and facing life with resilience and openness. It's a quality that empowers me to build relationships based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine connection. Confidence allows me to show up as the best version of myself, ready to give and receive love in a way that's fulfilling and balanced. When I approach life and relationships with this deep inner confidence, I am not only enriching my own experience, but also creating a solid foundation for a healthy, lasting connection with others. 8. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, for me, is about understanding and managing my own emotions, while also being attuned to the feelings and needs of others. In relationships, I've found that emotional intelligence is invaluable. It allows me to connect on a deeper level, handle conflicts with empathy, and build trust through genuine understanding. Being emotionally intelligent means I'm not just focused on what I'm feeling, but I'm also open to and respectful of my partner's emotional landscape. This quality has been key to creating relationships that feel safe, supportive, and deeply connected. The first part of emotional intelligence is self-awareness. I try to stay in tune with my own emotions and understand the reasons behind them. This doesn't mean I'm immune to feeling angry, sad, or frustrated. It means I can recognize these emotions without letting them control my actions. For example, if I feel myself getting upset, I pause to understand why, rather than reacting impulsively. This awareness helps me approach situations with a clear mind and a calm demeanor, which is essential in relationships. When I'm aware of my own emotions, I can communicate them more effectively and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Another crucial aspect of emotional intelligence is empathy. Empathy allows me to put myself in my partner's shoes, to truly understand what they might be feeling. I believe that being able to empathize creates a strong sense of connection and shows my partner that I genuinely care about their experiences. It's not just about saying the right words. It's about listening deeply, paying attention to non-verbal cues, and responding with compassion. When I show empathy, I'm telling my partner that their feelings are valid and that I'm here to support them, no matter what. Emotional intelligence also helps me communicate more effectively. I know that effective communication isn't just about expressing my own thoughts, but also about listening actively and giving my partner space to share their perspective. I strive to be a good listener, to be patient, and to make sure my partner feels heard. This means not interrupting, not jumping to conclusions, and not immediately trying to fix things. Often, people don't want solutions. They just want someone to understand them. By focusing on understanding rather than solving, I'm able to build a deeper emotional connection with my partner. One of the biggest benefits of emotional intelligence is that it helps me handle conflicts constructively. Instead of letting emotions spiral out of control, I try to approach disagreements calmly and respectfully. When emotions are running high, I've learned to take a step back, breathe, and refocus. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations. It means approaching them with a level-headed perspective. I aim to address the issue at hand without letting emotions escalate. By staying composed, I'm able to keep the focus on finding solutions rather than fueling the conflict, which is crucial for building a lasting, respectful relationship. Self-regulation is another component of emotional intelligence. It's about controlling impulsive reactions and staying calm under pressure. When I'm able to manage my emotions, I'm less likely to say or do things I'll regret later. This discipline shows my partner that I'm someone who can be counted on to remain stable, even during challenging times. Self-regulation creates a sense of security in the relationship, as it shows that I'm responsible for my own emotional responses. I'm able to offer a calm presence, which can help de-escalate situations and bring clarity when things feel chaotic. Another part of emotional intelligence is being open to feedback. I know I'm not perfect, and I'm open to learning from my mistakes. When my partner offers feedback, I try to take it constructively without getting defensive. This openness to feedback is important because it shows that I'm willing to grow and improve, both for myself and for the relationship. Emotional intelligence means I'm not afraid to acknowledge my flaws and work on them, creating a more positive, growth-oriented dynamic with my partner. Ultimately, emotional intelligence is about building a relationship where both partners feel valued, understood, and supported. It's about creating an environment where vulnerability is welcome, where emotions can be shared openly without fear of judgment. By practicing emotional intelligence, I aim to bring empathy, patience, and understanding into my relationships. I believe that when I approach relationships with this level of emotional maturity, I'm able to create a strong foundation built on mutual respect and trust. Emotional intelligence allows me to show up as a partner who is compassionate, communicative, and committed to growing together. It's a skill I continuously work on, knowing that it not only improves my relationships, but also enhances my ability to connect meaningfully with the world around me. Through emotional intelligence, I'm able to build relationships that are resilient, loving, and deeply fulfilling. 9. Steadfastness. Steadfastness to me is about being reliable, consistent, and true to my word. It's the commitment to following through on my promises and being there when I say I will be. In relationships, steadfastness is a quality that builds trust, as it reassures my partner that I'm someone they can count on. When I'm steadfast, I'm creating a sense of stability that allows my partner to feel secure and valued, which I believe is essential for a strong, lasting connection. At its core, steadfastness is about showing up, even when it's inconvenient or difficult. Life can throw a lot of unexpected challenges our way, and it's easy to give up or pull back when things get tough. But I believe that true commitment means being there during those hard times. If I've made a commitment to someone, I'm prepared to stand by it, not just when things are smooth, but also when they're challenging. Whether it's keeping my word on a small promise or supporting my partner through a tough period, I want to be someone who can be relied upon no matter what. Steadfastness also means being dependable in the everyday aspects of a relationship. If I say I'm going to do something, I make sure to follow through, whether that's calling when I said I would, being on time for plans, or lending a hand when my partner needs support. These may seem like small acts, but they add up to create a foundation of trust. By consistently showing up and being dependable, I'm proving that my partner can rely on me, which fosters a deep sense of security and respect in the relationship. Another part of being steadfast is having patience. Relationships go through different phases, and there are times when things may not be perfect. During these times, I've learned that it's important to be patient and understanding rather than giving up or getting frustrated. This patience allows me to see beyond temporary difficulties and focus on the bigger picture. I want to build a relationship that's resilient, one that can withstand challenges and continue to grow stronger. My commitment to patience and understanding helps me to stay steady, even when things aren't easy. Steadfastness also involves being true to my values. I'm committed to living with integrity and aligning my actions with my beliefs. This means that I'm not easily swayed by outside influences or temporary desires. Instead, I act according to what I know is right and what aligns with my long-term goals. In relationships, this integrity allows me to be a stable presence, someone who isn't constantly changing based on external circumstances. I believe that staying true to my values shows my partner that I have a clear sense of who I am, which adds to the stability and predictability they feel in our relationship. Being steadfast doesn't mean being rigid. It means being reliable without being inflexible. I believe in the importance of compromise and adapting when necessary, but I do so without losing sight of the promises I've made. Flexibility allows me to adjust as life changes, but my commitment to my partner and my values remains constant. I want my partner to feel that they can rely on me, no matter what changes life brings. This blend of consistency and adaptability is what makes steadfastness such a valuable quality. In relationships, steadfastness creates a safe space where my partner can be vulnerable without fear of judgment or abandonment. They know that I'm here to stay, even when things aren't perfect. This assurance allows us both to open up more fully and build a deeper, more authentic connection. I think one of the most powerful aspects of steadfastness is the trust it builds. When my partner knows that I'm committed to them, it allows us to focus on growth and building a shared future, rather than constantly questioning each other's commitment. Ultimately, being steadfast is about being a source of stability, strength, and support. I aim to be the kind of partner who's there through thick and thin, who follows through on commitments, and who offers a reliable foundation for the relationship. This quality brings a sense of peace and trust, allowing us both to feel secure in the knowledge that we have each other's backs, no matter what. Steadfastness is something I hold close to my heart, and I believe it's one of the most meaningful ways to show love and respect in a relationship. It reminds me that actions speak louder than words, and that true commitment isn't just about saying I'll be there. It's about proving it day after day through my actions and consistency. This quality helps me create relationships that are rooted in trust, loyalty, and a shared vision for the future, which are the true foundations of lasting love. 10. Masculinity. Masculinity, to me, is about embodying strength, resilience, and emotional stability. It's not about being aggressive or domineering. Rather, it's about having the confidence and calmness to handle life's challenges and protect and support those I care about. In relationships, I see masculinity as a way of creating a safe, supportive space where my partner feels secure and respected. True masculinity involves leading with strength and compassion, balancing assertiveness with empathy, and demonstrating reliability and integrity. One of the core elements of masculinity, as I see it, is emotional stability. Life can be unpredictable, and relationships naturally go through ups and downs. I believe it's important to remain calm and centered, especially during times of stress or conflict. This doesn't mean suppressing my emotions. Rather, it means managing them in a healthy way and not letting temporary frustrations affect how I treat my partner. When I'm able to stay composed, I provide a grounding influence that can help us both navigate challenges more smoothly. My goal is to be a stable presence that my partner can rely on, even during turbulent times. Masculinity also involves a sense of purpose. I believe that being purpose-driven not only keeps me focused, but also helps me grow into a more grounded and resilient person. Whether it's in my career, personal development, or relationships, having a clear sense of purpose allows me to make intentional choices and set meaningful goals. In relationships, this sense of purpose adds a layer of depth and direction. I'm not just drifting or reacting to life. I'm actively building a future, which makes me a more dependable partner. This clarity and focus are qualities that I think contribute to a sense of masculinity. Another important aspect of masculinity is the ability to protect and provide, not just financially, but emotionally and physically as well. To me, being protective means creating a safe and supportive environment where my partner feels valued and secure. It's about being attentive to their needs and offering reassurance when they feel vulnerable. I want my partner to feel that I'm there to support them, whether that's by listening during difficult times, providing comfort, or stepping up when challenges arise. This protective nature is rooted in care and respect, and I see it as an essential part of being a reliable, supportive partner. Strength is also a big part of my concept of masculinity, but it's not just physical strength, it's mental and emotional resilience. I want to be the kind of person who can face adversity with courage and persistence. Strength for me means having the determination to overcome setbacks and the resilience to keep moving forward, even when things get tough. In a relationship, this strength allows me to support my partner without being overwhelmed by obstacles. I believe that my ability to remain steady during challenging times helps create a relationship that feels secure and enduring. Masculinity, in my view, also involves taking the lead when necessary. Leadership isn't about control or dominance. It's about making decisions with confidence and taking responsibility for the outcome. In a relationship, I aim to be someone who can step up, offer direction, and make thoughtful choices that benefit us both. This doesn't mean that I disregard my partner's opinions. Rather, it means that I'm prepared to make decisions and guide us when needed, always with respect and consideration. I see this kind of leadership as a way to build trust and offer reassurance, showing my partner that they can rely on me. However, true masculinity is also balanced with vulnerability. I believe that being strong doesn't mean hiding my emotions or pretending that I have it all together all the time. Being able to open up and show my true self, including my fears and insecurities, is an essential part of my masculinity. It takes courage to be vulnerable, to share what's on my mind, and to ask for support when I need it. I've found that this openness not only strengthens my relationships, but also deepens the level of intimacy and trust between us. In essence, masculinity is about being a strong, supportive, and steady presence in my partner's life. It's about having the courage to face challenges, the determination to pursue my goals, and the empathy to be a compassionate and understanding partner. I aim to bring a balanced form of masculinity into my relationships, one that combines resilience with empathy, confidence with humility, and strength with openness. By embodying these qualities, I believe I can offer my partner a relationship that feels both grounded and dynamic, one where they can feel safe, valued, and deeply connected. Ultimately, masculinity is about being the best version of myself, embracing both my strengths and vulnerabilities. It's about honoring my own values and offering a stable, loving presence to my partner. When I lead with true masculinity, I'm not just enhancing my own life. I'm creating a relationship that's built on respect, security, and lasting commitment. This approach to masculinity helps me build connections that are meaningful, fulfilling, and truly enriching for both my partner and me. 11. Scarcity of attention. The concept of scarcity of attention is about valuing my time and focus and not giving it away too easily or without purpose. It's not about playing games or being dismissive. Instead, it's about recognizing that my attention is valuable and offering it intentionally. In a world where people are constantly connected and often overwhelmed by attention from all directions, creating a sense of scarcity around my attention can actually make it more meaningful and impactful. By being selective with my time and energy, I foster a sense of appreciation and mutual respect in my relationships. One of the main reasons I practice this is to stay mindful of where my energy goes. If I'm always available, always reaching out, and constantly seeking someone's attention, it can create an imbalance. It may even lead to a sense of complacency, where my presence is taken for granted. When I limit the attention I give, I encourage a dynamic where both my partner and I truly value and make the most of the time we spend together. It's about creating quality over quantity, ensuring that the moments we share are meaningful, focused, and fully engaged. Having a scarcity mindset around attention also means that I don't rely on constant communication to feel connected. I'm comfortable with a degree of distance, knowing that it doesn't diminish the relationship, but instead strengthens it. This allows both my partner and me to maintain a sense of independence and individuality. We don't need to be in constant contact to feel secure. Rather, we trust the bond we've built. When we do come together, it feels fresh and renewed because we've each had time to focus on our own lives, passions and goals. This approach also helps me avoid the pitfalls of neediness or insecurity. When I value my attention, I'm less likely to fall into the trap of overextending myself just to feel validated. I don't want to be the kind of person who constantly needs to seek reassurance from others, or who feels the urge to fill every moment with interaction. Instead, I aim to feel secure in my own worth and in the relationship itself. This self-assuredness allows me to give my partner the space to miss me, which in turn often leads to a stronger, more passionate connection. By creating a sense of scarcity, I'm signaling that my attention is something to be valued. When I'm fully present and focused on my partner, it's genuine and intentional, not a default state driven by habit or boredom. I've found that when I approach relationships this way, my partner is often more engaged and reciprocates the same level of attention and respect. It's about nurturing a dynamic where we both actively seek and appreciate each other's time, making every moment together count. Scarcity of attention also allows me to focus on personal growth and my own interests. I believe that a healthy relationship is one where both partners are pursuing their individual paths alongside each other. When I dedicate time to my passions, friendships, and self-care, I bring a more enriched version of myself to the relationship. This balance of personal space and shared experiences is key to keeping the relationship exciting and preventing it from feeling stagnant or overly dependent. Additionally, being mindful of my attention means that I'm not constantly seeking external validation. I'm comfortable spending time on my own and don't feel the need to be perpetually connected to feel valued. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm not relying on my partner for constant reassurance or attention. Instead, I bring a sense of wholeness to the relationship, which fosters a healthy balance where we both appreciate each other's presence without feeling suffocated or drained. Ultimately, the scarcity of attention is about fostering a deeper appreciation for each other. By not always being readily available, I encourage both my partner and me to cherish the time we share. It's a way to keep the relationship dynamic as we're not taking each other's presence for granted. When I'm intentional with my attention, I'm creating a relationship where both of us feel valued, respected, and engaged, making the connection more vibrant and fulfilling. In essence, the scarcity of attention is about quality over quantity. It's about bringing a sense of intention and respect to the time I spend with my partner, ensuring that we're both present and truly engaged. This approach helps create a relationship that feels balanced and reciprocal, where each moment together is meaningful and the connection remains fresh and strong. By valuing my attention, I'm not only respecting myself, but also creating a dynamic where my partner feels truly valued and appreciated. 12. Pre-selection. Pre-selection is a concept that recognizes the social and psychological value of being desired by others, particularly in the context of attraction. It's the idea that when I am seen as valuable or desirable by others, it signals something appealing about me to potential partners. However, I approach pre-selection not as a game or strategy, but as a natural byproduct of living a life that's full, engaged, and socially active. When I surround myself with high-quality people and maintain healthy relationships, it shows that I am someone who is valued and respected by others, which in turn can make me more attractive to a partner. For me, pre-selection starts with building strong friendships and connections. I genuinely enjoy spending time with people who inspire me, challenge me, and bring out the best in me. These relationships, whether they're with friends, family, or colleagues, reflect a high level of social health and well-being. When my partner sees that I have these meaningful connections, it sends the message that I am someone who is valued by others, which can often be attractive. It's reassuring to know that the person you're with is well regarded and appreciated by those around them. Pre-selection also means being comfortable and confident around other women, even when there's no romantic intention. Having positive, respectful friendships with women not only enriches my life, but also shows that I know how to engage with and appreciate women in a non-romantic context. It demonstrates that I'm capable of meaningful, respectful interactions, which can make me more appealing as a partner. It also shows that I'm not someone who sees women purely in terms of romantic interest. Rather, I value them as individuals. This level of respect and comfort can be attractive because it shows that I understand and respect boundaries. Another aspect of pre-selection is self-respect and selective dating. I don't pursue relationships for the sake of it or lower my standards just to avoid being alone. By valuing myself and being selective about whom I invest my time and energy in, I'm showing that I respect both myself and the people I choose to be with. When I'm intentional about who I date and the connections I pursue, it signals to others that I value quality over quantity and that I'm not someone who settles easily. This discernment can be appealing because it suggests I'm someone worth earning, not someone who is readily available to everyone. Pre-selection for me also involves living a life that's interesting and full. When I am dedicated to my passions, goals, and personal growth, it naturally attracts people who share similar values. By leading a fulfilling life, I'm not only improving myself, but also becoming someone who is naturally attractive to others. This isn't about trying to impress anyone. It's about creating a life that's meaningful to me. When others see that I'm genuinely passionate and driven, it makes me more compelling as a person, which can spark curiosity and interest. I also believe that pre-selection is about respect and boundaries. When I'm in a relationship, I remain respectful of my partner and ensure that my interactions with others are appropriate. However, having friends or social interactions outside the relationship doesn't mean I am unfaithful or disloyal. Instead, it shows that I am capable of building and maintaining healthy relationships with a variety of people. This balance shows that I'm both committed to my partner and also a social individual who values connections with others. Maintaining this balance creates a healthy sense of independence and trust, which strengthens the relationship. In a relationship, pre-selection contributes to a dynamic where my partner knows they are with someone who is genuinely valued and appreciated by others. It brings a level of reassurance as my partner can see that I have a supportive social network and that I'm respected by those in my life. This doesn't mean I encourage jealousy. Rather, it's about creating a healthy social balance where I'm someone who is respected and valued by people beyond my partner. It shows that I'm a well-rounded person with strong connections, which ultimately makes the relationship more balanced and grounded. Ultimately, pre-selection is about creating a life that's rich, meaningful, and socially healthy. It's about being intentional with the people I surround myself with and building connections that reflect my values. By nurturing a full social life, respecting boundaries, and maintaining a strong sense of self-worth, I'm naturally creating an aura of value and respect. This not only makes me a more appealing partner, but also fosters a relationship dynamic based on mutual admiration and genuine attraction. In essence, Pre-selection isn't about putting on a show or trying to appear desirable. It's about living in a way that brings out my best qualities, showing my partner that I am someone who is valued by others and who values myself. When I'm surrounded by positive, healthy relationships, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a partnership that's supported by a strong social foundation. This approach to pre-selection helps build a relationship where both partners feel valued, secure, and truly connected. 13. Authenticity. Authenticity to me is the cornerstone of a meaningful and fulfilling life. It's about embracing who I truly am, living in alignment with my values, and presenting my genuine self in all situations, especially in relationships. I've come to believe that authenticity is one of the most attractive qualities anyone can bring to a relationship. When I'm authentic, I'm not putting on an act, hiding behind a facade, or trying to impress anyone with something I'm not. Instead, I'm fully comfortable in my own skin, which allows me to connect with others on a deeper, more honest level. Being authentic starts with self-awareness. I spend time understanding my values, goals, and priorities, and I make sure my actions reflect them. It's easy to get caught up in trying to be what others expect, but I know that ultimately it's not sustainable. I want my partner to know the real me, not a version tailored to please or impress. By embracing my true self, I'm setting a foundation of honesty and trust, where my partner can feel they're getting to know the person I am, not a curated image. Authenticity also means embracing my imperfections. I've learned that being authentic isn't about being perfect. It's about being real. I don't feel the need to hide my flaws or weaknesses, nor do I pretend to have it all figured out. When I'm open about my struggles, fears, and areas where I'm still growing, it creates a space where my partner feels comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities as well. This mutual openness leads to a deeper level of intimacy and connection because we're both free to be our true selves without the pressure of meeting unrealistic standards. Living authentically also means that I'm consistent. I strive to be the same person in private that I am in public, and I don't change my values or behavior based on who I'm around. This consistency builds trust in my relationships because my partner knows that what they see is what they get. I'm not pretending to be someone I'm not, and that stability allows them to feel secure. I believe that authenticity creates a steady foundation, as there's no fear of hidden motives or sudden shifts in personality. It's a kind of reliability that goes beyond words. It's a way of living. Authenticity encourages deeper and more honest communication. When I'm being my true self, I can communicate more openly and clearly because I'm not filtering my thoughts to fit an image. I'm able to express my needs, desires, and boundaries honestly, which prevents misunderstandings and builds a stronger, healthier relationship. I believe that a relationship rooted in authenticity is one where both partners feel free to share their thoughts and feelings without judgment or fear. It's about creating an environment where we both feel heard, respected, and understood. Another aspect of authenticity is having the courage to stand by my beliefs, even if they're unpopular. I'm not afraid to disagree or hold a different viewpoint, as long as it aligns with my values. I know that being authentic sometimes means going against the crowd, but I'm committed to living in a way that feels true to me. In relationships, this integrity is crucial, as it shows that I won't compromise my core values just to gain approval. It creates a level of respect between me and my partner, as we both know that we're each standing on solid ground. Being authentic also allows me to appreciate others' authenticity. I value relationships where my partner feels free to be themselves, flaws and all. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for someone who is genuine, open, and self-aware. By embracing my own authenticity, I create a space where my partner can do the same. This mutual acceptance allows us both to grow and evolve together, knowing that we're appreciated for who we truly are, not for an idealized version of ourselves. Ultimately, authenticity leads to a relationship that feels freeing and fulfilling. When I'm my true self, I'm not burdened by the pressure to constantly impress or conform. I'm able to be vulnerable, honest, and open, creating a connection that feels deeply satisfying and real. I believe that when both partners bring their authentic selves to a relationship, it creates a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. There's a depth to the relationship that goes beyond superficial attraction, as it's rooted in true understanding and acceptance. In essence, authenticity is about honoring who I am and bringing that honesty into my relationships. It's a commitment to living with integrity and to building connections that are rich, meaningful, and based on a foundation of truth. By staying true to myself, I'm able to create relationships where both my partner and I feel valued, seen, and truly connected. Authenticity transforms relationships from a place of performance into a space of real, deep, and lasting connection. 14. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leadership, to me, is about leading with confidence, kindness, and an infectious sense of purpose. It's not about being overbearing or controlling. Rather, it's about bringing a positive influence into my relationships and inspiring those around me through my actions. I believe that charismatic leadership involves taking initiative, being decisive when necessary, and encouraging those I care about to grow alongside me. In relationships, this quality helps me create a strong, balanced connection where both my partner and I feel motivated, supported, and respected. One of the key aspects of charismatic leadership is confidence. I aim to make decisions with clarity and assurance, particularly in situations where guidance is needed. For example, when planning dates, trips, or even daily routines, I like to take the initiative to suggest ideas and make choices that create a fulfilling experience for both of us. This doesn't mean I ignore my partner's preferences or opinions. Rather, I value and incorporate them. However, by showing confidence and a willingness to take the lead, I bring a sense of direction and excitement to the relationship, which can make us both feel more engaged and connected. Being a charismatic leader also means knowing when to listen and empower my partner. Leadership is not about taking control, but rather about creating an environment where both of us can thrive. I strive to be receptive to my partner's ideas, goals, and aspirations, supporting them wholeheartedly. I encourage my partner to pursue their dreams and interests and provide a listening ear when they need it. When I can offer support and cheer them on, it creates a partnership dynamic where we're both growing and achieving our goals, together and as individuals. Leadership in relationships is a shared journey, where both people feel uplifted by each other. Another component of charismatic leadership is being able to handle challenges with grace. Life isn't always smooth, and relationships inevitably face difficulties. I believe that true leadership is shown in how I respond to these challenges. Instead of panicking or avoiding problems, I try to approach them calmly and focus on finding solutions. By remaining grounded and clear-headed, I offer stability to my partner and show that we can face difficulties as a team. This resilience inspires trust, as my partner knows they can count on me to handle tough times with a steady hand and a positive outlook. Charismatic leadership also involves making others feel valued and appreciated. In relationships, I believe it's important to genuinely recognize my partner's contributions and qualities. I want to create an environment where my partner feels seen, heard, and respected. Whether it's by expressing gratitude for the little things they do, complimenting their strengths, or acknowledging their efforts, I show my appreciation openly. This type of encouragement is at the heart of charismatic leadership. It's about making those around you feel confident, inspired, and valued, which brings out the best in them and strengthens the connection. Part of being a charismatic leader is taking responsibility. I hold myself accountable for my actions, decisions, and emotions. When I make a mistake, I own up to it, rather than shifting blame or avoiding it. This accountability shows my partner that I'm trustworthy and willing to learn and grow. By being responsible for myself, I set a standard of integrity and respect, which I believe is essential for any healthy relationship. Taking responsibility also means being proactive in addressing issues before they escalate, showing my partner that I'm committed to maintaining a positive and open dynamic. Charismatic leadership doesn't require that I always be in the spotlight or make every decision. Rather, it's about fostering an environment of mutual respect, open communication, and shared growth. I want to inspire confidence and curiosity in my partner, so we both feel encouraged to take risks, try new things, and explore life together. Whether it's by planning a surprise, supporting them through a challenging time, or simply being a strong, positive presence in their life, I aim to bring a sense of joy, motivation, and energy to our relationship. Ultimately, charismatic leadership in relationships is about creating a balance where both partners feel supported, respected, and uplifted. It's a way of bringing energy, resilience, and warmth into the relationship, inspiring each other to grow and become better versions of ourselves. I see charismatic leadership as a quality that strengthens the bond between us, making the relationship feel dynamic, exciting, and meaningful. When I lead with kindness, confidence, and openness, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a relationship where both of us feel valued and empowered. In essence, charismatic leadership is about being a positive force in my partner's life, someone who inspires, supports, and uplifts. It's about taking initiative with respect and integrity, being present and encouraging, and approaching challenges with resilience and grace. By embracing this quality, I strive to build a relationship that's not only grounded in trust and respect, but also infused with a shared sense of purpose and joy. This approach to leadership creates a foundation where both of us can thrive, individually and together, as we navigate life hand in hand. 15. Passionate interests. Passionate interests bring a unique depth and vibrancy to my life, and they are something I consider essential not only for personal fulfillment, but also for creating a dynamic, inspiring relationship. When I'm genuinely passionate about something, whether it's a hobby, a skill, a career goal, or a personal project, it shows that I'm engaged with life, constantly learning and striving for more. This drive adds dimension to who I am, which can be incredibly attractive to a partner. Passion isn't just about having interests. It's about the energy, enthusiasm, and commitment that I bring to the things that matter to me. For me, pursuing my passions is a way to stay grounded and fulfilled. When I'm actively engaged in something I care about, it gives me a sense of purpose and excitement. I wake up feeling energized, knowing that I'm working towards something meaningful. This enthusiasm naturally spills over into other areas of my life, including my relationships. I found that having passions makes me a more interesting and engaged partner, as I'm not solely focused on the relationship for fulfillment. Instead, I bring my own joy, inspiration and stories to share, which adds richness to our connection. Having passionate interests also helps me maintain a healthy balance between my relationship and personal life. I believe that a relationship thrives when both partners have space to pursue their individual goals and dreams. By dedicating time to my passions, I'm not only investing in my personal growth, but also giving my partner the freedom to explore their own interests. This balance prevents codependency and keeps the relationship fresh, as we both have our own lives to bring back to the relationship. When we come together, we have new experiences, insights and growth to share, which makes our connection stronger. My passions are a source of resilience and self-confidence. When I commit to a goal and work towards it, even through setbacks, I build a stronger sense of self-worth. I know that my value isn't tied to anyone else. It comes from within, from the things I achieve and the joy I find in my pursuits. This inner strength and confidence make me a more balanced partner, as I'm not seeking validation solely from the relationship. Instead, I feel secure and fulfilled, which allows me to contribute positively to the partnership without relying on it for my happiness. Sharing my passions with my partner also opens up opportunities for connection. I love introducing them to the things I care about, whether it's a new hobby, a favorite book, or an exciting project I'm working on. This sharing allows us to explore each other's worlds and learn more about what drives and inspires us. I'm equally interested in learning about my partner's passions and supporting them in their pursuits. By taking an active interest in each other's hobbies and goals, we build a relationship that's enriched with shared experiences and mutual support. Moreover, my passionate interests push me to constantly grow and evolve. They challenge me, stretch my abilities, and keep me curious about the world. I believe that when I'm dedicated to personal growth, I bring new perspectives and fresh energy into the relationship. I want to be with someone who sees my dedication to self-improvement as a strength and who is inspired to pursue their own growth as well. When both partners are committed to bettering themselves, it creates a dynamic where we're continuously learning, adapting and evolving together, which keeps the relationship alive and exciting. Another important aspect of having passionate interests is the sense of independence it fosters. I'm not defined by my relationship. I have my own identity, goals, and purpose outside of it. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm a whole person on my own, and I'm not looking for someone to complete me. I want a relationship where both of us feel complete as individuals and come together to create something even greater. My passions help me maintain this sense of wholeness, allowing me to bring my best self to the relationship and inspiring my partner to do the same. Ultimately, passionate interests give me a sense of direction and fulfillment that goes beyond the relationship itself. They make me a more grounded, resilient, and engaging partner, and they allow me to contribute positively to the relationship without expecting it to fulfill all my needs. By having my own interests, I'm able to keep the relationship balanced and dynamic, creating a partnership where both of us feel free to explore and grow. In essence, passionate interests are more than just hobbies or goals. They are an essential part of who I am. They fuel my growth, bring joy to my life, and make me a more self-assured, fulfilled, and engaging partner. By living with passion and purpose, I create a relationship where both of us feel inspired and supported. This approach to life and love fosters a connection that's rich, balanced, and full of genuine excitement, as we both bring our unique energies and dreams into a shared journey.